18 heads, the world leaders were present in Excel, where the Prime Minister introduced the first time the sukuk. Now, that was a major achievement, at least by the government of the UK. Absolutely. And this can take place. We have to be persistent, move through, and very well better organized. Thank you.
Okay, I'm being told that we have very little time left, so I'm going to ask you gentlemen to be succinct, and I apologize for not being able to field more questions. Perhaps you can have those privately afterwards.
If I may, just briefly. Professor Kabir, I mean, again, I understand the issue of ecosystem, but again, I personally, I might be wrong, I'm a great believer of that principle, ما لا يدرك كله لا يترك جله. What you didn't get all, you don't leave all. It's not like the whole process to be 100% halal or rubbish. So the halal meat, of course, it is better if the whole supply chain is halal, but given this limitation and, I would go with that, and hopefully it will get better rather than to kill the industry. In the same token, I much prefer to buy personally halal food from Tesco and Waitrose and the local ones. So again, there's a lot to talk, but the eyes of the chair is piercing my neck here. I cannot, I have to go quickly.
No, it's all positive.
You know,
it's all positive.
Back to Brother Wahid Qaisar. Brother Wahid Qaisar, it's true, but the Islamic Bank of Britain didn't survive in the form you have established it. Let's be fair. And at that time, because one of the things I read about it, which you know more than me, one of the weaknesses of Islamic Bank of Britain, it has 50,000 accounts less than £300. So instead of using it as an advantage for more wider participation, it has not. Brother Iqbal Sakrani, I'm delighted to see you. Sir Iqbal Sakrani, of course. Again, current accounts, they are not profitable even to Barclays. So the whole idea is now, this is why you have a commercial banking operation, and you have investment banking operation, and merchant banking operation, so something will cover something. And that is where we have to be innovative. By the way, it's not a great innovation, but it's there. It requires people like, you know, the shareholders, the stakeholders of the community to come together, involve real estate business with deposit, with current, with other things, and it will work. I'm sure, because there is demand, especially the tech business. Have I addressed all the issues?
I think you did very well. If you have just a very quick...
Very quick one.
Sorry, Dr. Amir, I'm sorry.
I'm finished. That's absolutely fine. I just wanted to Brother Wahid, thank you very much. Yes, 2004, absolutely, yeah, that's what we saw, the first retail bank. But we had large number of accounts open, with very little money. And of course, operational costs were there. But I really have to just emphasize on something, and looking from the CSR perspective. Banks, the Islamic Bank of Britain in particular, were making loss of between 13 and 20 million a year. It's a substantial amount. Despite the fact of the loss, they remained on the high street. Why? Because of one reason. I think it was just to cater for the needs of Muslim society. Of course, we have seen acquisition later on. I don't want to take too much time, but definitely we need, with support of the government, more financial engineering and innovation, so we can boost that.
Thank you.
Please just stay seated for a minute, gentlemen. I'd like to thank Dr. Jonathan Urquhart, who chaired the session on the emergence of Islamic finance and banking, and our esteemed panel. One thing that I took away, and it's something for us all to have a think about, is can we really establish a level playing field for Islamic finance? So thank you very much for that, Dr. Jonathan. Now, can I please welcome on stage His Excellency Dr. Yusuf, and also Dr. Bashir Al-Nutur. please do stay. Now, Dr. Jonathan Urquhart. Please do step forward. And next, Professor Muhammad Abdul Haq. And Dr. Amir Kandis. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panel. We have some incredible panelists coming up and some fascinating sessions. But now we have 10 minutes for a coffee break. Let me repeat that, it's only 10 minutes. So if you can please be back here promptly so we can continue. Thank you very much.
This is not a problem. Mine is.
Bismillah. Can everyone please make their way to the main ballroom so we can start our next session? Thank you.
ماجد مخدوع Professor Mehmet Asubey and Professor Kabir Hassan.
Can everyone please come back to the ballroom? We are about to start our next session. No, I will introduce. I'll bring you on stage.
Mamdu Kamil. Shall we start?
Now we move on to the second session. So if everyone can please take their seats so we can commence with the second session. Now, the second session of 5 today, we're going to learn from some of the world's experts on the importance and impact of Islamic finance. Leading this session is Dr. Majid Kamil, who is the General Secretary of the OIC, an organization of Islamic Cooperation and Arbitration Center. The session will be around the legacy of the Islamic economy. The panelists will be Professor Mehmet Ustay and Professor Kabir Hassan. Please can I welcome our chair onto the stage? And if I can please ask our panelists to also join, that would be amazing. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here in Al Barakah Summit. And usually, I would like to speak about the Al Barakah Forum headed by His Excellency Yusuf Khawali. It is for this organizing this incredible summit as usual. I believe that it is not possible to speak about Islamic finance worldwide without mentioning Sheikh Saleh Kamel, blessing upon him, and his successor, Sheikh Abdullah, for their efforts and endeavors in promoting Islamic finance worldwide. Sheikh Saleh Kamel had an incredible and amazing plan to start the Islamic finance in England in early 1980s. And since then, UK has become the hub of Islamic finance worldwide. Even more than 70 institutions in the UK providing education in Islamic finance with different degrees. Let me please introduce to you our eminent speakers, Professor Mehmet Asatoy, the director of Durham Center for Economics and Finance, and from the UK to USA, Professor Muhammad Hassan, the eminent scholar of Islamic Finance and Economy in New Orleans University. Please, Professor Mehmet.
Thank you. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hope you are all enjoying the sessions. My session is a bit on the legacy I was asked to talk, which is close to my heart. So I'll try my best to do that in 10 minutes somehow, but we'll try. The founding fathers, the story of founding fathers is important for us. But in order to understand the legacy of founding fathers of Islamic economics, we need to look at the motivation in particular. Why suddenly in 1950s, this emergence of a new thought leadership. And that thought leadership is important for us because as a result of that thought leadership that we are here today. But not only thought leadership, we have institutional leaders as well, such as Saleh Kamal, Sheikh Saleh Kamal. So when we look at the motivation, it's very much the emergence of nation states in the Muslim world, post-colonial period, emergence of nation states, and how to reorganize societies. While some societies entirely opted for the Western modes of organizing their societies, others aimed at creating an authentic understanding how society can be organized, including in the economic manner. And therefore, providing an opportunity space to redefine what economics is, what finance is, and how a Sharia-compliant ways of organizing economy can be. Of course, in 1980s, with the economic liberalization, global economic liberalization and financial liberalization, then the emergence of Islamic banking and finance, that could be possible. But when we look at the essence, is this creating a new paradigm. And that paradigm is not particularly a radical departure, but people since 1970s started questioning the essence of economics, conventional economics. Like Amartya Sen mentioned that excluding ethics from economic analysis, unfortunately impoverished the potential of economics to explain social reality, including economics. And therefore, the founding fathers aimed at bringing back, but in this case, a very specific ethics, that's the Islamic ethics, with the objective of redefining what economics is, what concepts around economics is, and therefore developing a new paradigm. The underlying objective, again, is to provide a development discourse, a development narrative, because that was the initial discourse. It wasn't the Islamic banking as such, but how the resources can be created to ensure the society can be developed. But that, of course, at the essence of that, not only human development, but other stakeholders, and therefore establishing through the Islamic norms and principles, ensuring that this sustainability, the mizan, the balanced order can be sustained, and hence a paradigm aimed at creating a counter-hegemony, and that's important. There was this political economy discourse, a counter-hegemony, and through that counter-hegemony, providing an understanding of how Islamic morality will produce a new paradigm which responds, on the one hand, the paradigm of economic development, but Muslim behavioral norms, and hence a totality of a system of economy. And through that rescuing process, rescuing human, rescuing other stakeholders, including environment and climate, but also even capital from the chains of capitalism. That's very much the essence of the discourse. The ontology of Islam, the sources of knowledge, but also the epistemologic sources aimed at providing that framework so that the economic value system, the Islamic economic value system, the whole modes of production have to organize the society around resources, and the distribution theory can be constituted as an alternative paradigm. So that was very much the objective, and therefore, when we look at the definitions of Islamic economics, we could see a huge departure from the conventional definition of what economics is. It's no longer optimization of resources or efficiency, but directly referring to equity, justice, and defining what that justice is. And also providing a benchmark model, how it should be, hence normative, but at the same time looking at the Muslim economic behavioral norms as well as the Muslim institutions, how that gap can be overcome. Again, as you can see on the screen, the definitions provided by some of the founding fathers, such as Khurshid Ahmed, directly referring the individual process of developing certain, embedding the norms of Islam in everyday life in terms of practices, but also Chapra's definition directly referring potential gaps between the normatively understood what economics is and the individual behavioral norms. And all those definitions, when we look at importance of justice and constituting the paradigm of Islamic economy around justice framework, and hence the importance. And even Muhammad Bakr al-Sadr, it's important to mention because he provided a comprehensive understanding of a political economy. And he suggested that that political economy cannot be relegated only to the prohibition of interest, but the institutional forms of an Islamic economy has to be provided in order to achieve the essence of the objective of developing a paradigm. And therefore, in his work called Iqtisaduna, our economics, he particularly aimed at a worldview understanding going beyond just the behavioral norms or just institutional forms, but merged them together, talked about an ecosystem, a system understanding. When we look at the founding fathers, time is an issue. I was very passionate of developing these slides, but of course, Chapra's contribution, again, started with, as you can see, with economic development, then moved into Islamic economic development, looked into monetary system, but also providing a general framework of what Islamic economics could be. One of the founding fathers, intellectual workers of Islamic economics, Islam and the economic challenge and the future of economics. He brought all these ideas together as a totality, moving from just Islamic economic development to a worldview understanding what the system could be. Again, late Najatullah Siddiqui, who passed away, as we could see, again, the whole premises of looking at the Muslim economic thinking. But contribution of Najatullah Siddiqui, in addition to certain functionalities of state, for instance, but looking at the whole mudaraba concepts, directly looking at the banking concept and looking at how an optimal banking, not necessarily banking, but Islamic financing contracts can be constituted. Khurshid Ahmed, again, one of the founding fathers, heavily involved with the development paradigm and how financing, therefore, can be utilized for that development paradigm of Islam. And his entire effort has been on the development issues. And hence, as you can see, here the finance is just considered as an instrument, as an intermediary to achieve larger objective. Justice and development is the essence. Muhammad Bakr al-Sad, as I mentioned, our economics, an amazing piece of constituting a political economy, directly going into the details what the value system is, what the modes of production is, but also what the distribution theory is, and calling it our iqtisad, because that iqtisad directly refers something else than economics. That refers to justice, that refers to giving the rights of everything to everyone. Establishing that particular framework is particularly important in Muhammad Bakr al-Sad. Again, Naqvi, directly referring to the ethical foundation of an Islamic economics, bringing the ethics to morality as the determining factor of the micro-foundation of an Islamic economics again. An amazing contribution in terms of providing the axiomatic approach to develop a paradigm, and we are indebted to him. So when you look at all these founding fathers, of course not limited with this, but because of the presentation I had to limit, each one of them contributed to constituting the paradigm of what Islamic economy or iqtisad could be, establishing the normative understanding, but also some of them reflected on the behavioral norms and overcoming how that gap can be overcome between the ideals and the realities. But the story doesn't finish with that. Then you have the founding fathers in terms of institutional developments. In other words, banking and finance, directly looking. And today we are indebted to Sheikh Saleh Kamil, the late Sheikh Saleh Kamil, of course the Al-Baraka Summits as part of the Al-Baraka Forum. But on the one hand, contributing to the development of Islamic banking, and on the other hand, education, supporting certain centers such as at King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, but Al-Azhar as well, creating centers for the promoting the idea of Islamic economics, research in economics, Islamic economics, and teaching in Islamic economics. But at the same time, in his lifetime, of course, he organized annual conferences, which of course culminated into this. But others, Mohammed bin Faisal, of course, the Faisal Group, and Sheikh Said Lota, founder of the Dubai Islamic Bank, and the Royal Professor Unko Abdulaziz, founder of Tabung Haji in Malaysia, institutional forms, and Dr. Ahmed Mohammed Al-Madani, the founding president of the Islamic Development Banks. And these people were the intellectual, the institutional developers, translating the theoretical understandings into everyday practice of Islamic banking and finance. How much, of course, they were happy with the outcome, that's a question, again, we have to consider, because the imagination they had, in particular, if you look at Sheikh Saleh Kamal's speech in receiving the IDB prize, which culminated into a small booklet on Islamic banking, you would see the ideals that he present, what the Islamic banking should be. And I would suggest you, it's freely available, so his ideal of how Islamic banking can contribute to the essentialization of the justice system that Islamic economics put forward is important take up for us again. My time is nearly finishing, I'll finish. But the UK case, I'll finish with the UK case quickly. Khurshid Ahmed, Islamic Foundation, since 1970s, was the amazing hub for for any activity in the UK, but globally as well in Islamic economics and finance. I do remember 1994, the governor of the Central Bank of England being present in Islamic Foundation, discussing how Islamic banking could be possible in the UK. So the facilitization of that, but intellectually, the main base for publication in English language, but an attractive point for all these founding fathers to come to Islamic Foundation and articulate ideas. And I was very much blessed that I was there, working there, and benefited from all the founding fathers. But Rodney Wilson from Durham, okay, another contributor through his books, but establishing Durham programs and hence providing another opportunity space for the development of knowledge in Islamic banking and finance. Again, John Presley from the UK, an important name contributing to the development of Islamic finance-related education as well as research in Islamic finance. Similarly, Simon Archer, in particularly focusing on accounting-related issues in Islamic banking and finance. Each one of them contributed amazingly. Of course, Philip Molyneux as well, the Bangor program has contributed to development of knowledge in the field. Just finishing with that. So currently, of course, in the UK, just reflecting on that, is a number of universities, as you can see on the screen, providing Islamic banking and finance and economics related offerings. Of course, it's not limited there. Some of the universities offer just courses, but in terms of programs, Bangor, Birmingham City, Bolton, Cardiff Metropolitan, Dundee, as well as the Al Maktoum College and Durham University. Each one of them has certain strengths and difficulties. But I feel that, of course, I should have included, my apologies, Jonathan, SOAS has certain programs as well. But the main challenge, I feel that although UK is an important center, but of course the tuition fees, very high, and the difficulties in the Muslim world paying those tuition fees, of course, makes it terribly difficult. And also, admission criteria can be very high or quantitative oriented in most of the universities, and that creates challenges for students, for instance, coming with Sharia background to those programs, just a summary. But despite all these difficulties, I feel that UK programs is particularly important in terms of knowledge development, because one is research-led or research-informed programs, these are. And therefore, the distinction between the ideals and the realities are important. Because our programs in the UK, they are distant from the industry. The relationship is not necessarily entirely embedded with the industry. There's a relationship, but it's not an embedded relationship, and therefore theoretically expressing what should be an Islamic banking and finance is an important contribution of the UK programs. In other words, the critical thinking. Critical thinking is essential for developing a new generation of Islamic bankers and financiers so that the expansion of the field, but importantly, critical innovation can be possible. Because in most of the Muslim countries, teaching of Islamic finance and the research is terribly embedded with the industry. In other words, industry is dominating the research and teaching. You may consider that that's something positive, but at the same time, it brings the negativities of the industry into the teaching to essentialize. And therefore, in terms of developing a benchmark model, the theoretical model, it's important for us to consider that distance, a certain distance has to be there so that the biases should not be brought into. Therefore, the critical thinking part is essential. And I finish with this by saluting the courage of the founding fathers, whether as a thought leader, whether it's an institutional development. They have paved the way to development of this knowledge base and the practice base through different means, contributing to that process, which brought us together, even having Islamic finance-related conferences, programs, as well as the practices in the UK. Overcoming the barriers is an important. And for the first time, perhaps, the knowledge transfer from the East to the West has been possible with Islamic finance. The practices in a very rationally constituted knowledge and the legal system that we have in the West, but somehow Sharia practices is not brought and discussed in the academic programs, but in the practices as well. So that transfer of knowledge, the causality, running from the Islam to the rational world of economics and legal is an important contribution to consider, and I salute the courage of those founding fathers and always respect and express my respect for that courage. Thank you very much, and my apologies.
Thanks, Professor Mehmet, for taking us through the history of Islamic finance and the founders, the fathers of the Islamic finance. And I actually ask Professor Hassan to start his speak, and please have a selective time limit.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. From early this morning, first session, and my predecessor Mehmet has set the stage what I'm going to say. Yes, Mehmet spoke very extensively. The paradigm development is going on. He talked about the founding fathers from the academic discipline and also from the practical side of it. So now I'm going to say how we want to spread this knowledge through education. Of course, United Kingdom has become a very centerpiece of Islamic finance education in the world. So in order to you got the wrong slides. Okay, so Islamic economics and finance education aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the principles and practices of economic and financial system based on such principles. It encompasses both theoretical knowledge and practical applications. Now, the global expansion of Islamic economics and finance education is crucial for promoting economic growth, financial stability, and ethical financial practices in the Muslim-majority countries and beyond. It helps in bridging the gap between the East and the West in terms of financial knowledge and understanding. Now, Islamic economics and finance education brings together perspective from the East and the West, combining traditional economic principles with modern financial concepts. It encourages cross-cultural dialogue and understanding, fostering a global community of knowledgeable practitioners. Now, the role of UK educational foundations. United Kingdom educational foundations have played a significant role in spreading the theoretical and practical understanding of Islamic economics and finance globally. Through academic programs, research initiatives, and collaborations, they have helped establish a strong foundation for the growth and development of Islamic financial institutions worldwide. Now, theoretical and practical understanding, Mehmet spent time on this. This educational foundation also focuses on providing a comprehensive understanding of Islamic economics and finance that encompasses both theoretical knowledge and practical application. They bridge the gap between academic theory and real-world implementation, equipping students with skills and expertise needed to thrive in the industry. Now, growing demand, Islamic finance and economics program have witnessed a significant increase in demand over the past years. Individuals, businesses, and institutions are increasingly recognizing the ethical and sustainable nature of Islamic finance, leading to a higher demand for professionals well-versed in the field. Universities and educational institutions offering Islamic finance and economics programs have reported steady increase in enrollment. Students from diverse backgrounds, including those from non-Muslim majority countries, are showing a keen interest in pursuing a career in Islamic finance, driving the growth of these programs. Now, importance of interlinking areas of science, incorporating Islamic finance programs beyond finance is essential to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the Islamic ecosystem. It involves interlinking with various areas of science such as law, humanities, social studies, and religious studies, promoting a holistic approach to education. Now, Islamic finance program should be considered in diverse educational institutions, including law schools, humanities, social studies, religious schools. As a matter of fact, in the United States, whatever Islamic finance exists from the academic perspective exists in business school, in law school, or Islamic studies program. Now, integration allows for a broader understanding of Islamic economics as a way of life beyond just financial transactions. So, strategies promoting Islamic economic finance education. Well, of course, we have to have awareness campaign. One effective strategy for promoting Islamic economics and finance education is through awareness programs. These campaigns aim to educate the public and potential students about the benefits and importance of Islamic economics and finance. They can include workshops, seminars, and targeted marketing efforts to raise awareness and generate interest, which Al Baraka Forum is doing. Collaborating with the industry, unlike Mehmet, I also like, for the industry, for the academic discipline to develop, we really need to interact what is happening on the ground. Collaborating with the industry is crucial for promoting Islamic economic finance education. By partnering with financial institutions, business and organizations, educational institutions can align their programs with industry needs and ensure the curriculum remains relevant and practical. Industry collaboration can also provide valuable internship and job placement opportunities for students. Networking opportunities. Networking plays a vital role in promoting Islamic economics finance education, creating platforms for professionals, scholars, and students to connect and collaborate allows the exchange of ideas, knowledge, and experience. And such networking opportunities can include conferences, forums, online communities, fostering a vibrant ecosystem for individuals passionate about Islamic economics and finance. Now, involving the emerging areas in finance like digitalization, tokenization, decentralization. The emerging areas in finance, including digitalization, tokenization, decentralization, have a significant impact on Islamic finance practices. These advancements require a deep understanding and integration of Islamic principles. The education system must adapt to incorporate these areas, ensuring future professionals are well equipped to navigate the changing landscape. The incorporation of such emerging areas in finance is crucial. It prepares students to embrace technological advancement and adapt Islamic finance principles to the evolving digital world. By educating students in these areas, we can foster innovation and ensure the continued relevance and growth of Islamic finance. Now, collaboration between the Islamic economics Western education institution presents a unique opportunity for the exchange of knowledge and expertise. Both sides can benefit from sharing insights, research, and best practices, leading to a better understanding and promotion of Islamic economics and finance globally. Cross-cultural understanding, the collaboration between Islamic economics and Western education institutions also foster cross-cultural understanding. By working together, diverse perspectives, traditions, and approaches are shared, resulting in a more inclusive and holistic educational experience. And such cross-cultural understanding allows the effectiveness of educational programs and promotes mutual respect and appreciation. Now, advancement technology in Islamic education, enhancing access. Now, advancement technology have enhanced access to Islamic finance education. On-learning platforms, webinars, and digital resources have made it easier for students and professionals to access quality educational materials and programs, allowing greater participation and knowledge sharing. Online learning platforms have played a vital role in promoting Islamic finance. They provide a flexible, interactive learning environment, allowing individuals to learn at their own pace and engage with experts in the field. These platforms also facilitate networking opportunity collaboration among learners, and we have seen this during the COVID time period. The integration of technology in the curriculum is essential to keep pace with the advancement in the finance industry. Education institutions should incorporate innovative teaching methods, such as simulation exercises, case studies, to provide students the real-world exposure to technological tools used in Islamic finance. Now, the future of Islamic economics finance education holds significant opportunities for growth. As the demand for Islamic finance continues to increase globally, there is a need for more educational programs and qualified professionals in the field. However, there are challenges to overcome in the expansion of Islamic economic finance. These include addressing misconceptions about Islamic finance, ensuring the availability of qualified faculty, establishing accreditation standards. By addressing these barriers and actively seeking solutions, the global expansion of Islamic economics and finance education can be more effectively pursued. And the last slide, the conclusion. Now, we have explored the global expansion of Islamic economics finance education. We have seen the role of United Kingdom in spreading the theoretical and practical understanding globally, and also these programs are also evolving in US and Europe. We emphasize Islamic finance should be integrated into various areas and the importance of involving emerging areas in finance. Now, global expansion of Islamic economics finance education is of utmost importance in today's interconnected world. By fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation of Islamic economics finance, we can promote economic stability, inclusivity, and ethical financial practices across culture. So what is the call to action? Let us recognize the significance of global expansion in Islamic economics finance education. We must actively promote and support initiatives that bridge knowledge gaps, foster collaboration, cultivate a generation of individuals who possess a deep understanding of Islamic economics and finance principles beyond just finance. And last sentence, we really need to develop the curriculum. Most of the curriculum that you see in education institutions say they just do not combine the essence of this concept. Let's say, for example, a bachelor degree in Islamic banking, what it does, it teaches 8 conventional courses and 2 Sharia classes. We really need to develop course material, the education material program, so that both are combined in one whole, so 2 in 1, and we really need to spend time on research dollars to develop that curriculum and the educational materials. That is very much missing. Without that, we'll have all the confusion, misconception, and the industry will not grow according to its desired path. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Many thanks, Prof, for your incredible speech. Now, I would like to open for a question for the audience. Please, gentlemen here. Gentlemen, please, you first.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank both speakers for very interesting contributions on aspects of Islamic economy. That's better. May I begin by thanking both speakers for very interesting contributions on aspects of Islamic economy. And if I was to identify key words, starts off with emergence of banks and states. Then questions, and then it moves from emergence to development, development in terms of discourse and narrative, and then, of course, expansion through education, through innovation such as digitization, tokenization, decentralization. But embedded in both contributions was the question of definition and how the definition of Islamic economy includes a breadth of justice, and that is particularly what I'd like to revert to, because of course one of the diamond sponsor for the summit is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center. So one comes into justice in dispute resolution and justice as a broad concept of Islamic economy. And I'm very interested in the panel's views about the proper understanding of justice in an economic context, but also in a dispute resolution context, and also synthesizing economics, dispute resolution, law, finance, etc. So it's really part of what I think Professor Mehmet termed the becoming process. And really, I'm interested in the legal aspects of the becoming process. And I should say that I speak as a lawyer, an arbitrator, and a mediator. And also, I have the honor of serving on the International Supervisory Board of the OIC Arbitration Center. So there's a particularly vested interest in my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The ladies here, I think, have a question. Yep.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Mariza Minhat, Associate Professor in Finance and Economics from the University of Bradford. My question is looking from practical perspective. There is always a danger for academics to be detached from the real world or the reality of Islamic finance. So that is linked to my question. When we talk about offering Islamic finance programs, I think it is worthwhile to reflect, do we really have great demand for Islamic finance experts from the Islamic finance industry, especially in the UK? So perhaps one or all the speakers can provide your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, please.
Hello. Thank you to Michael, Patrick, Joyce, and Dr. Mirza. I had a question, this one for Dr. Majid. Can you speak further as to how Islamic law is the basis of Islamic finance is incorporated within the UK legal system today and how that's evolving?
Thank you very much. I will answer the last question and I ask my colleagues to contribute in the other questions. The first question is why Islamic finance more deeply introduced in the UK law. I believe that, and maybe Professor Jonathan and Campbell may share this opinion with me, that many common principles exist between the Islamic law and the common law. We share many principles, not only regarding Islamic finance, but even the contract law itself has many common principles between the common law and the Islamic law. That's why I think that the UK law, or the common law in general, may welcome the incorporation of Islamic principles within the realm of the common law. So for this reason, I believe that UK is the real hub, and it will be for a long period of time, I believe, at the hub of Islamic finance. And in this regard, I just have a chat with Professor Mehmet before the session, that we may cooperate with Durham and SOAS, University of London. Chairman is headed by Professor Jonathan, to draft a model Islamic contract law and the common principles between transnational legal system, common law, civil law, and the Islamic law, as we share most of these principles together. Thank you very much. Professor Mehmet, you may need to answer the other questions.
Okay, thank you for the questions, and I'm really grateful that you captured the becoming process. This is amazing. I have been lamenting that I have failed to get the message across over the years, but it's good to hear from you. The justice part as the definition, when we look at all the definitions of Islamic economics provided by the founding fathers, either establishing justice or the prevention of injustice, hence your question. So on the one hand, rather than just squeezing economics. Therefore, I use the term Islamic moral economy rather than Islamic economics, because that term economics is value loaded. What is that value loaded? Is optimization and efficiency. Therefore, in order to decouple Islamic imagination from economics, I use the term Islamic political economy and moral economy in order to bring that definition, entirely distinct definition of iqtisad, that's a justice, essentialization of justice, or prevention of injustice in relation to the context. Now, in terms of legal aspect of that, one thing important, therefore, the becoming process, and as you mentioned, Islamic knowledge represents the totality. So these areas that we have, specialized disciplines, economics, sociology, psychology, anthropology, it is just the areas which unfortunately prevents the articulation of total knowledge, and therefore squeezes us into narrow areas, and that we cannot, unfortunately, see the social reality in totality. And therefore, as I mentioned, Amartya Sen, for instance, even as early as 1972, mentioned that excluding ethics from economics has impoverished the explanatory power of economics. But on top of not ethics, but sociology, for instance, anthropology, for instance, legal and the politics, and etc. So therefore, the Islamic knowledge ontologically is the totality, the tawhid, the unitarity of Allah, and that is complementary of, directly refers to complementarities. And hence, legal is essential part of that, not segmented or divorced as such. And whatever the principles that we have, that justice principle, ensuring justice happens, has to be essential objective of that legality, ontologically defined. It is not only functionality that we go to the court, that's just a process. But what is the objective of court is to ensure justice. That happened in Malaysia some years ago, a mortgage case, which resulted in prohibition of a particular instrument to be used in Malaysia, because judge looked at the way the person was charged in terms of failure to pay the mortgage. That just cannot be acceptable, and he immediately dismissed the case, even didn't send it to the Sharia court, because by definition, it was wrong. By definition of justice, it was wrong. And therefore, the quotation I shared from Mohammed Bakr al-Sad, he talks about the totality again, the whole ecosystem. When you have justice system divorced from the economy, politics, and etc., unfortunately, again, they will look at the form. And this is the problem we have currently in Islamic finance. Islamic finance is very much form-oriented. The substance is missing. Unfortunately, it follows the same understanding of economics relationship, divorced from the social reality. And therefore, the substance requires morality, and that justice, whichever way we explain that, to be articulated as totality, the substance-based, and therefore that distinction, form-based Islamic finance as versus the Islam-based Islamic finance. So that part is important for us to consider. In relation to the question that detaching, now in most of the Muslim countries, what we see is Islamic finance practice being dominated in the teachings of Islamic finance. In other words, who determines is the practice determines. Now, since the practice is not 100% closer to the expectations, such as substance is missing, then what happens? New generation only learns the noise part of Islamic finance. And therefore, when I refer to detachment, I'm not referring that the industry and the academia should detach totally. But what we need to do in the class, rather than theoretizing the practice, we have to provide students, the new generation, the new leadership of Islamic finance. We have to provide the theoretical understanding like the founding fathers I have. But then, therefore, when they go to industry, they should be able to reshape, innovate, contribute, and develop. Emergence, yes, there. Development part that we have to move on, and therefore that's an important part. And the UK programs, like in Durham, what we do to overcome the practical problem, as you remember in Durham as well, is students will go through the programs, their courses, but at the same time, certain practical examples, but then Durham Islamic Finance Summer School provides them the opportunity to look at what happens in the practice. So I'm not asking that detachment. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think that we're time run out already. And again, before leaving sessions, I would like to thank the
Can I just
You want to add something, please? Please.
You know, in every field, usually the field develops like physics. They, for 50 years, 60 years, you go through the theory and so on. Then the practice comes in, application. But it's only Islamic finance that started with Islamic finance, and it started in a wrong way. Then it started theorizing.
Yes.
And in my last understanding or reading, there are 7 different ways of explaining what is Islamic economy is. Moral economy, what he's saying, there are 6 others. But the problem that we are facing, that in the last 50 years, if you take that whole industry, you talk about the legality, it's basically murabaha banking. So anytime when you do murabaha banking, you have all this problem. On the top of this, you are trying to do Islamic finance through a conventional banking model, fractional reserve banking. That is very much antithetical to the essence of Islamic finance. So the practitioners, if really want to have the value proposition, the justice, you really need to get away from the murabaha type of financial practices to mudaraba and musharaka, partnership type of financing. But that is risky. But that can be developed very easily in Western countries. You know, the United States is the largest Islamic finance market through private equity. Nobody knows about it. Billions of dollars are coming to the United States because because we don't have a bank. We do not have any Islamic finance program. You know, a lot of people come to the United States because I do a lot of work, empirical. Sometimes I question my empirical work, but I do because I have to publish it. Without empirics, the top journals don't publish it. This tension that is going on, and those who are in the young researcher, you know what I'm talking about. So these 2 things really have to move together. I want to request those are foundations, Waqf, to develop the curriculum. That is very much missing. The Sharia scholar will always look at the form, right? This is what they do. But the economics will look at the essence, what is the end result. And when the product development happens, we really do not engage these both groups together at the very beginning of the product development. That's why you will see in Islamic finance, there are very few products, partly because we have not amalgamated our knowledge and the technical details that you need, and that is very much absent in any Islamic finance program in the world, including United Kingdom. I mean, if I write a thesis on Islamic banking or some aspect of it, does it make me Islamic finance scholar? No way. You really long-term training and teaching, but that is very much absent in Islamic finance education. The last word, you want to start from the bachelor's level, right? There is no recognized good Islamic banking finance or any area textbook. All are just readings. If you want to penetrate the minds of the young scholars, those 18, 19-year-old, they really need to find an understanding the amalgamation of the Sharia. Then we talk about economics and now IT. The 3 things have to be developed in the curriculum as well as in the teaching materials. That is very much absent. Without we can theorize, we can, say the lofty words, but that's not going to help us. So I hope you will come forward and develop the curriculum, the teaching materials, and the money will be flowed to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for your time. And at last, we'd like to thank thanks the Baraka Forum headed by Sheikh Yusuf Khawali for this summit and this session. And please thank the speaker for their contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our chair, Dr. Majid Kamil, who led the session on the legacy of Islamic economy with our esteemed panel. We learned so much about the history of Islamic finance, and also we all know knowledge is power. And so it's great to know the list of universities in this country that are offering various courses for us to develop and learn further. Now, can I please invite His Excellency Sheikh Yusuf to the stage for the certificate ceremony. He's already here. Yeah. Dr. Majid Kamil. Professor Mehmet. Professor Hassan. Now we move on to our third session, which will be led by Dr. Sufyan Qasim. Can I please ask Dr. Qasim to come up onto the stage? He is a global head of ETF and indexing investment specialist at HSBC Global Asset Management. He has in the past many times spoken about and is an expert on the principles of Islamic finance and can give advice on how investors can create Sharia-compliant portfolios. Dr. Qasim has recently given a NASDAQ trade talk to discuss the launch and benefits of the HSBC and NASDAQ Global Climate Tech ETF. I've obviously been reading his LinkedIn profile. Dr. Qasim, if you can please join us on stage, that would be fantastic. And I would also like to call upon stage the panelists for today, who are Dr. Adnan Halawi and Mr. Khalid Howaldar.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm honored to be joining you here today at the Al Baraka Summit to explore recent developments within the Islamic investment space. I'll start by saying that ensuring there is a complete suite of Islamic investment products, banking services, insurance products, mortgage products, and also incorporating new world technology and the green agenda is essential to building out a complete Islamic economy. Of course, there are other considerations as well. In this section, we intend to focus on Islamic investment products. So a lot of what I'm going to say today, I think, will echo points made by previous speakers, many of which are crucial, so please do bear with me. So starting by making the point, we heard some great stats earlier, but starting with the point that, that we're set to reach over $2.5 trillion globally in terms of the size of the Islamic finance industry. It's clearly rapidly evolving, which can be seen by the growth of products and services within the green and sustainable investment space, fintech, Islamic microfinance, the takaful industry, and the development of investment products available to Muslim investors worldwide. Encouragingly, the number of Islamic startups is also growing rapidly, suggesting crucial innovation is taking place and entrepreneurship is being encouraged and financed. The City of London, of course, has a long, proud history of financial innovation, which we've heard already today many times, and that now includes the Islamic finance space. And I myself am very pleased to have been actively involved from London in that innovation, having helped to create simple, easy to understand investment products that are designed to ensure that the range of saving and investment options available to the Muslim community, not just in the UK but worldwide, is not limited. Our mission is to help communities and people across countries save and invest in a reliable and consistent manner, consistent with their beliefs, over their saving and investment life cycle, and all the way out to and through retirement in the same way and on the same terms as their non-Muslim counterparts. When we initially looked at the Islamic investment space, we found there was a lack of low-cost investment products that could be used for building savings and retirement portfolios. In fact, when I say we, I mean HSBC Asset Management, we have one of the largest Sharia-compliant global equity index funds in the market. It has around $3.5 billion under management, and it's very popular with the UK defined contribution pension schemes. But we noticed when we looked at how the product was being used by DC pension schemes that many of the scheme members only had that one fund as a default and had to combine it with Sharia non-compliant investment products of various kinds, or simply risk having too much equity exposure within their portfolios. So we set out to change that by creating a number of additional products. It's been an interesting journey, and I've learned a lot about the different perspectives on Islamic finance from across countries, regions, and communities, but my personal perspective is only one of many. Today, I'm very pleased to be joined by two distinguished gentlemen, Adnan Halawi and Khalid Hawlada. Apologies if I've mispronounced your name. They'll be talking to you about modern developments within the Islamic finance space, including decentralized finance, digital currencies, fintech, and how Islamic finance is rapidly moving to incorporate the ever more important green agenda. By its very nature, Islamic finance has a very strong ethical dimension, which we've heard a lot about today, to which it requires us to respect our communities, the people we work with, and the environment. So if anything, the ESG movement is catching up with many of the important tenets of Islamic finance rather than it being the other way around. So with that said, let me pass over to our first speaker today, Adnan, who will be talking about Islamic investment solutions, funds, sukuk, and stock. Adnan, over to you.
Thank you. Are the slides ready? Yes. So I'll make it very quick. I know everyone is hungry. Thank you very much for hosting us again, Al Baraka. It feels like today, now it's like a ritual. So make sure we have this conference, I would say, next year as well. We're getting used to it. Thank you. I'll quickly go through my slides. I know everyone is hungry. So I represent today the London Stock Exchange Group, which also has my company, Refinitiv, Reuters, ex-financial risk business. So we have data. And I'll be very brief because you've heard this over and over again. But obviously, London continues to be the Islamic finance hub in Europe and a global, I would say, hub for many reasons. If I go quickly through my slides, some statistics. We are definitely here in the UK, the biggest Islamic banking assets in Europe, excluding Turkey, obviously. That's not in this chart. UK Islamic funds by type, active funds, we have a lot of them in UK. The report obviously is there, and we can check. This is the 2022 report, last year. You can download it and see it later. Countries ranked by number of Islamic fintech companies. UK is the second highest after Indonesia. And UK also, in terms of fintechs, is top 10 countries by GIFT index scores. It ranks 5th, obviously. Moving to this slide, top 5 Islamic 5 education providers globally, UK is one of them. That's very important. So it's an educational center for Islamic finance. If I go to my expertise, basically, we do have the London Stock Exchange is one of the biggest, obviously, stock exchanges for hosting, for listing sukuk. We attract sukuk from all over the world. For some reason, they do come list here on the London Stock Exchange, with around 68 listed currently, with more than $50 billion raised through the stock exchange, and the very known fact that UK is one of the first, if not the first, sovereign Western sukuk with 2 issuances on record. To that extent, I will sometimes I will read quickly from notes just to be accurate. Also, London Stock Exchange brags about having the exchange-traded funds on Islamic indexes, something that we would like to discuss more. London Stock Exchange has also a vibrant market in exchange-traded funds, including 3 Sharia-compliant ETFs, available through 6 multi-currency lines based on Islamic indexes. ETFs are open-ended index tracking funds listed and traded on exchanges like shares. They allow investors to gain exposure to a diverse range of assets and offer simple and efficient access to developed and emerging markets, broad and sector indexes. If you want to learn more about that, you can always Google that, so I'll move on. Another supporting argument why UK is the key role that UK plays on a global scale in regulating the market, in launching, and if you look at the sustainability sector now and ESG, a lot of the regulations that are issued in the world or that are followed are standards start from the UK and Europe in general, obviously. And that's why it has a very, I would say, emotional and a practical impact on the financial services industry around the world. And that we are being here, it's also important to mention that, for example, 2 years ago, they did this high-level working group for green and sustainability sukuk. The HMRC was involved, the London Stock Exchange was involved, and there's UK IFC and the City UK. So we cannot underestimate the continuous efforts that are being done in London and in the UK in terms of supporting Islamic finance, sukuk, you name it. Moving on, I promise to be fast. This is a very interesting slide, and I will read again. We just launched a report with Responsible Finance and Investment Foundation. I think many of you know Blake Good, our figure in Islamic finance and responsible finance. And the report is a very interesting study that you can download as well and find online, where we analyzed the impact of having Sharia screen on addition to the ESG screening. And this is a very interesting report. Maybe we'll come back to that in our panel later on. But there is some proven statistical approach that adding ESG and sustainability screening next to the Sharia-compliant equity screening has some value, especially in certain markets, maybe not everywhere. I will move quickly to the next one. Before I move to the next, the rest of the presentation is the way going forward. I historically was always an optimistic person, and when we started covering sukuk, I remember in 2008, sukuk was 200 or 300 sukuk only in the world. Now we're talking about thousands of instruments and issued. Sukuk was an unknown term, as Bashar was saying yesterday in our breakfast. Bashar, where are you? I can't see Bashar. Anyway, so sukuk wasn't a known word. Now sukuk is a globally known word. So going forward, we need to think about technology, AI, and digital, sustainability and green, how to capitalize on that, and definitely to think about the smaller businesses. And with that, I will leave the floor to you guys.
Adnan, thank you very much. Short and sweet, as you promised. Okay, Khalid, over to you. Let's go from conventional investing to new world digital space.
Oh, sorry. A bit of background. Up until 6 years ago, a very normal, if what, dull financial career. The defining part was 16 years at Moody's, where I was head of Middle East banks, so 45 conventional, 15 Islamic, and global head of Islamic. So that's my old world experience. 6 years ago, I set up my own advisory, which is the least interesting part, but I started investing in startups. So over the last 6 years, I've invested in 15 different startups. Around half of them are Islamic economy, from halal food to education to halal crypto. And this gives me a bit of a perspective, whereas before I worked from the top down with central banks, with regulators, with banks, etc. I'm now coming from the bottom up, and actually I think the bottom up is how we actually get changed. I've been speaking for about 25 years, and honestly, I'm not impressed. Right? $3 trillion of Islamic banking, Has it done anything genuinely consistent for the Ummah to make a difference? I don't think so. Sukuk, no offense, I don't think it's made a huge difference. Whether it's a bond or a Sukuk, I don't think it's changed the narrative. And if we look at the context of what's happening in the world at the moment, in Gaza and elsewhere, and a prayer for those, the concept of decentralization is something that if you take away one thing from this presentation, it's just that the idea of decentralization has implications beyond finance, whether it's media, whether it's ethics, and it's just something that you should keep in the back of your minds. Most of my experience here comes from investing in a startup built by some very passionate, young, energetic Muslims. For me, it's been an academy of learning around decentralization and digital assets. And I hope to share some of that awareness with you, because this is how the Ummah really gets into the Islamic economy of something different. I hope, inshallah. Jamie Dimon, somebody you might know, he said, decentralized finance where banks are replaced by algorithms is real. A bank is just a collection of processes. I can put half of your staff into a smart contract, put in some AI, and then it will run at 1/10 the cost of your institution. So banking, if it doesn't get into this technology, there'll be winners and losers. Jamie Dimon, interesting, I saw him in Washington, and he was all negative about crypto and DeFi and etc. And then guess what? He's the first guy to launch in this space. So JP Morgan is all over this space. DBS Singapore, they just done a trade with Barclays. There's a lot happening in this space. Boston Consulting Group, $16 trillion is their low bound estimate for the value of assets that will be tokenized by 2030. 16 trillion. So I'm of the absolute belief the world is coming on chain. Finance will come on chain, onto the blockchain. What is the blockchain? Simplistically, it's just a settlement network. But you integrate trade, finance, banking, business, all on one network. The efficiencies of scale you get through this on a global basis is extraordinary. For me, as important as the internet was 20 years ago, this is the importance of blockchain. Nobody cares how the internet works. You shouldn't care, frankly, how the blockchain works. It should disappear, and it will just be a layer where you build your banking apps, where you build your banks on the blockchain, you build your businesses on the blockchain. And whether you are in Singapore, Gaza, Washington, you will all be interconnected. The UK is number one in Europe. We've seen the statements from the Prime Minister. Maybe this is an upside of Brexit, I'm not sure. But the ability of the UK to take a different position in digital assets means they're not encumbered by legacy. And you can see the difference. I think, what is that? It's about $250 billion worth of transactions in the 12 months to July 23. 250 billion on-chain in the UK. How many people here are doing anything on-chain? I suspect 0 to 1%. So you're actually not part of that. Now imagine if only 5% of you come on-chain, what will that do to that number? BlackRock, Vanguard, I'm sure HSBC, Bitcoin ETF is the story. When Larry Fink is your biggest evangelist for Bitcoin, you know it's coming. And then even globally, the UK is number 3. So this means UK businesses, UK financial services can actually take a lead globally. Whatever you do here, it's truly a global network. It's a global ecosystem. So a UK business on chain can sell and do business and do finance anywhere globally. At one of the projects I'm at, they have a Telegram group of 50,000 Muslims, some non-Muslims. 80% of the questions, is this halal, is this haram? It's funny, like this token, this protocol. Crypto is a very loose and generic term. It's just a definition of a technology. The simple answer It depends. Technology is intrinsically neutral and halal. Nobody asks, is your telephone network halal? Nobody asks, is Microsoft Excel halal? But if you use it for something bad, it's haram. If you use it for something good. So questions when I've seen scholars come out and say, oh, crypto's haram, it completely misses the point. And it actually has the effect of keeping the ummah out of a space where instead of following, for once, maybe we can lead. And there's a reason why that can happen. So again, simplistically, it's what you do with the blockchain that matters, not the technology itself. From the scholars who I've met, who are educated, who have studied the space, just so that you know, Bitcoin is, the consensus is it's halal, but that's a whole different essay and conversation that we can go into after. What is Web3? Now, there's going to be a lot of stuff on these slides. These are for reference, so if anybody wants the slides later, I'm happy to share them. I'll just go through highlights. But simplistically, it's a user-centric versus a corporate-centric paradigm. You own your data, you own your bank account, you own the money, and other people have to engage with you. Again, lots of different bullet points I won't go into, but those are some of the features of decentralization. And if you think about the world today, what we have is a massive concentration of power, whether it's banking, whether it's media, whether it's big tech. Concentration of power means it doesn't serve local communities, it doesn't serve local businesses, it doesn't serve SMEs. So by giving power, cliche, back to the people, by making things cheaper, more efficient, faster, you can actually empower entrepreneurs. I think I saw a statistic, maybe it's actually on the next slide. Yes. Oh no, it's not here. But I think the World Bank, there's a statistic, I think 70% of people in the world are employed by SMEs. Does JP Morgan do a good job of servicing SMEs? Probably not. It's just not worth their time. But through technology, smart contracts, AI, I can build a very cheap bank that services customers who only borrow $200. The microfinance sector, highly profitable, highly stable, doesn't get served by big banks, but with DeFi, smart contracts, we can bring that. CDeFi, centralized DeFi, banks don't need to be out of this space. With your own customer base, you can create a walled garden of KYC'd AML people, let them do peer-to-peer within your ecosystem. You could leverage DeFi even within the banking system. Some sources of halal income in Web3, I'm not going to go through them, but basically anything linked to riba, interest, lending is prohibited. Other sources of wealth, staking, liquidity mining, they exist and they are deemed to be halal based on some of the scholars that we have interacted with. Case study, this is one of the projects that has been responsible for most of my education. Again, a bunch of very young, talented, halal-sensitive Muslims from India, Canada, Australia, decentralized team. It's a wallet, non-custodial wallet. In the 18 months since launch, if you asked me 2 years ago, do Muslims, are they even on-chain? Does the Ummah even care? I couldn't answer the question. There was no such thing as a halal wallet where it screens the assets that only Sharia-compliant assets are allowed. 270,000 downloads in 18 months. Mind-blowing. Now, this is not their money, 3 billion of transaction volume in 18 months. So young Muslims are on-chain already. This is how they like to conduct. I'm probably double the age of most of the guys on the team. I'm the guy that talks about KYC and AML. I'm the boring guy. But they don't want to work with banks. They don't want to be in the system. They want to do everything crypto. They want money sent instantly. So gold exchange, consumer products, payments, rewards, it's all happening. And when it comes to changing the earlier speakers spoke about the system, the form over the substance. When you combine blockchain with tokenization, making the illiquid liquid, where somebody can sell their accounting services online for plumbing services, or someone can invest in yielding real estate, or somebody can invest in a government of Bahrain sukuk in a $100 piece, people should not be holding their money in cash. Cash is a disaster right now, and we all know why. A portfolio should have some sukuk, should have some real estate, should have some commodities, but for the average retail customer, it's impossible to manage. The costs are too high. Blockchain makes it all possible, inshallah. And that closes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Khalid, Adnan, thank you very much. Both fascinating presentations, loads of fantastic facts and figures. Unfortunately, we're running significantly behind time, so we're going to have to close the session here. But for the audience, we'll be very happy to take any questions you have over lunch relating to old world or new world investment. So we look forward to engaging with all of you over lunch. Thank you.
Please say something. Thank you very much, Dr. Sufyan Qasim. You've led a fascinating session on the Islamic investment solutions. And your panel was, I mean, if that stuff is available online, please do direct us, because I'd love to read through it. It was fascinating. I would like to invite on stage His Excellency Sheikh Yusuf. Yeah, sure. Yes. And please, Dr. Sufyan, please come forward for your certificate. Thank you. Mr. Adnan, please. Mr. Khalid.
With Sufyan again by yeah. So we have group photo. Yes. No. First, just Sufyan. Okay, I'm sorry, Khalid. Yes. Just Sufyan, then group photo. Perfect. So gave us more photo. Please. Maybe here.
Now, you will all have this postcard on your tables. We would love to hear your comments, your feedback, your questions. So please do fill this in, and we will be reading this with great interest. Now it is lunchtime and also Zuhr. So if you would like to pray Zuhr, if you leave from this door on the right-hand side, do your first left and your first right. The court suite is where you can pray and make Zuhr. If the gentlemen, brothers would like to go first, and then after they have completed their prayers, then the sisters can follow and pray. Please, if you can be back in this room at 2:45, that's 2:45, that would be gratefully received. Thank you so much. Okay, that's fine. So I hope that you've enjoyed this riveting and thought-provoking series of sessions as we move on to our fourth session, which is basically on the Islamic banking sector. And our chairperson is Mr. Richard G. Thomas, OBE. I'd like to welcome him on stage. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Richard Thomas, OBE. He's the Managing Director of the Sustainable Economy Limited. A little bit of an interesting fact about Mr. Thomas. He recently retired from banking and is pursuing one of his interests, which is sailing. There's an interesting fact for you. In a 35-year career, Mr. Thomas worked in merchant and investment banking in the City of London. However, the last 30 years have been entirely in Islamic financial services. Can I also please call our two panelists, Mr. Arshadur Rahman and Dr. Usman Chowdhury, to come upon the stage. And of course, sorry, Mr. Arib Siddiqui. Sorry, I didn't mean to forget you.
Right. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. So this is going to be clearly a presentation which is interfering with everybody's lunch tale rather than actually a audience session. So I'm going to just march on as if we had an orderly audience, which we don't. The session is as much about relative ethics and sustainability as it is about banking. The subject today, although the individuals presenting are touching on their own spheres of particular expertise, the overarching aspect of this is really to do with whether or not Islamic finance fits within a sustainable model in the United Kingdom, whether Islamic finance and banking can prosper sustainably in the UK or not. And our three eminent presenters are Dr. Arshadur Rahman, commonly known to all of us, I think, as Ash, and he is with the Bank of England, and he is really the Bank of England's #1 man on Islamic finance. That's what you really need to know about him, and he is responsible for many things, but his the most notable perhaps is piloting the liquidity management program for Islamic banks through the Bank of England, which is a much harder job than it sounds like it ought to be. Alongside Ash, we've got Dr. Usman Chowdhury from Gatehouse Bank, my old shop, and his history in banking is as extensive and impressive as anybody else, I think, in the room. And then on a different perspective on the market, we have Arib Siddiqui, who's the founder and CEO of Kestrel, which is essentially an Islamic digital bank, part of the fintech, the thriving fintech sector. And he's produced a successful model, which is not always the case, one which interacts efficiently with the conventional banking system. So between the three of them, they've got a uniquely interesting perspective on the development of Islamic banking going forward in the UK. So I'm not going to linger on this presentation. Hands up, everybody who's listening. That's fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. We will occasionally come back with questions to the audience and ask for a similar exercise. So that's very encouraging. It's made me feel much better about this afternoon's session. So I'm going to call on Ash to talk to us first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Right. So today I'm going to be taking a slightly different approach to those speakers that came before you. I will be laying out the regulatory approach within the UK, how we deal with Islamic finance, and how the journey has progressed over the past 10 to 20 years or so. So I'll skip over this actually because I think you've seen it. Okay. We face a number of questions often within the UK about how we actually deal with Islamic finance here. We field queries from academia, from the market, and also from fellow central banks from around the world. One of the biggest questions that we get is around how does a financial regulator or regulatory body within the UK, within what is a secular regulatory and legal framework, how do we regulate Sharia? And the simple fact of the matter is we don't really regulate Sharia in and of itself. The UK regulatory bodies, as secular bodies, have no remit over Sharia compliance or lack thereof. And this is really important because even now we feel the same sorts of questions. What about the Sharia scholars? What about opinions on what is halal and haram? These sorts of things. The key things to bear in mind is that given that Sharia consists of high-level principles, it's often, I feel, mischaracterized as being Islamic law as a sort of fixed set of laws. The interpretation of these high-level principles can and does differ and can change over time as well. The UK applies a secular legal and regulatory framework based on secular common law, and that means that we can't actually opine on what is or what is not halal or haram. What we do, and this kind of relates back to the earlier discussions that Jonathan and others touched upon, is that we try to ensure as much as possible that the parties to a given contract are satisfied themselves as to the Sharia compliance or lack thereof. It's really up to the contracting parties. Now, the key thing there is to note that all material features of any given contract should be disclosed in a manner which is clear, fair, and not misleading, in keeping with the principles of treating customers fairly. So product disclosure is absolutely the most important element here. And for that, I would defer to my colleagues at the Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA, who are the conduct regulators within the UK for financial products and services. Another question that we often get is around the scholars themselves. How do we regulate the Sharia scholars, given the critical role that they perform within the Sharia governance processes for Islamic financial products and services? Now, within the UK, the regulatory approach that we've decided to take is to treat Sharia scholars within the Islamic finance market as being acting in primarily an advisorial capacity, similar to a firm's external legal counsel or their external financial auditors, for example. You know, they sign off with respect to Sharia compliance, but they're not members of the firm's executive management. Now, the caveat here is that where Sharia scholars actually act in an executive or customer-facing capacity, then they would need to be approved persons under the UK regulatory regime. And we do indeed have a few examples of this within the London market, where you have individuals who are both Sharia scholars, they have an ijaza from a reputable Islamic institution, but they're also conventionally trained, typically as lawyers in conventional financial markets as well. So it's on the basis of their conventional training that they are deemed to be approved persons. Now, I wanted to touch here upon the kind of macro level issue with regards to Islamic scholars, and I think this is something that's well known within the industry, in particular in IOFI and other key institutions, which is around the need for skills. And I think some earlier speakers talked about the need for ensuring that just generally within the Islamic finance sector, we have people with the right skill sets to actually be able to push the industry forward. For Sharia scholars, this is doubly important because they are pulled in two different directions here. In the first instance, not only do they need to be steeped in the Islamic sciences, they need to be experts in fiqh more generally, but they need to be expert in the subset of fiqh, al-fiqh al-mu'amalat, which relates to actual transactions, but then a subset of a subset, which is around Islamic finance. And this is something which isn't fully appreciated by people who sit outside the industry, how narrow or specialized this area is, and the skill sets required for this are non-trivial. Along with this, they need to also be conventionally trained as well in economics, finance law, regulation, these sorts of things, because Islamic finance does not exist in a vacuum. So rather than treating it as being a hermetically sealed set of products and services, it needs to be understood as part of a far richer and variegated ecosystem. So another question that we often get from a regulatory standpoint is, are Islamic finance firms inherently more risky by virtue of being Islamic finance firms relative to conventional firms? So is an Islamic bank, all things being equal, is it going to be more risky than a conventional bank? our position on this is that these firms will not be intrinsically more or less risky just by virtue of being Islamic. Whether they are more or less risky will vary as a function of their business model, primarily, and how well they execute their strategies. There are certain risks that are often characteristic of Islamic banks, which are that, first of all, they will have an increased concentration risk in terms of their customer base or their assets, because they have to deal with a narrower set of assets, for example, because they can't engage in interest-bearing activity. They may have difficulties achieving economies of scale because they will typically start off as being quite a lot smaller, with smaller balance sheets. And they may have difficulty achieving that brand recognition that comes with more established institutions because they're newer. But it's really important to recognize that none of these risks are specific or unique to Islamic finance firms. Conventional firms which are smaller, which are niche, which operate according to a narrower mandate will also face similar sorts of risks. So what it boils down to really is devising a strategy and being able to execute it effectively. And just on this, strategy 101. With an institution deciding to follow a particular business model, strategy denotes trade-offs. So what they choose to actively not do is just as important as what they choose to do with their finite resources, time, and people. So from a regulatory standpoint, I think it's worth bearing in mind, and this is part of the training that I deliver internally to colleagues at the Bank of England, the FCA, and indeed certain government departments, which is not to be overwhelmed by jargon. If an industry is focusing so much on Arabic terms such as istisna, ijara, musharaka, etc., then there's a bit of a problem there because it's just labeling at the end of the day. What we need to do, and okay, I would say this, wouldn't I, because I'm from working at the central bank, is that you need to focus on the risk and economic profile of the underlying products and services. This is really, really important. Go beyond the label and look into the actual substance. What is it actually trying to do? And I think this actually touches quite relevantly to the points that Brother Mehmet was making earlier on around trying to get to the maqasid as well. What is it trying to achieve here? What is the genuine USP that we're trying to propagate here? Because if it's just down to labels, you're going to invite cynicism, not just within the Muslim community, but also more broadly as well. A couple of other things that's worth bearing in mind is that, while we tend to assume general equivalence between certain conventional products and Islamic finance products, they are not one and the same thing. So often we talk about sukuk as being Islamic bonds. Personally, I have a problem with the term bond. I don't think it's particularly accurate. Sukuk are more accurately defined as certificates which provide an economic or beneficial interest in some sort of underlying permissible Sharia-compliant activity or underlying asset. And what that means is that a headline label of sukuk might encompass a range of products across the spectrum, across the risk and reward profile. Some will be more like equity instruments, minus the voting rights, such as musharaka and mudaraba. The other end of the spectrum, you will have instruments like ijara, for example, which will be more akin to fixed income type instruments. And within UK law, they will be deemed as being alternative finance investment bonds under the 2009 Finance Act. The other point to bear in mind is that it's perfectly valid to question the business model. I think someone earlier on in the discussions mentioned the point about reviewing regulatory business plans. If a business plan is not viable, then that is a real problem. So we can't just say, yani, it's fi sabilillah, it's fine. No, we have to apply the same level of strategic thinking and also financial discipline when it comes to assessing the business plan of an Islamic finance institution. It's absolutely valid, and we shouldn't feel guilty about doing that. Ultimately, this is about business. This is business as opposed to charity. Okay, charity is something else. This is business, and it needs to be treated as such. And finally, within the UK, from a regulatory standpoint, we are secular regulators. We don't opine on Sharia, but we can be mindful of market opinion. And this is what we've tried to do, for example, with the work that we delivered on the alternative liquidity facility, the first non-interest-based central bank deposit facility offered by a Western central bank. So I will skip these in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ash. From the Bank of England's perspective, if you can, do you see the possibilities for further growth in Islamic finance in this industry in the UK? And do you have a perspective from the Bank of England on what Islamic finance looks like globally?
Okay, so that's a really broad question. Thank you, Richard. I don't think I can necessarily speak for the Bank of England because we don't have a formal position in terms of the future trajectory of the market. But speaking as an individual and someone who researches Islamic finance as part of my academic interest, I would say that there is certainly scope for growth. It really boils down to the path that people wish to take with this. So I mean, from a personal perspective, I would prefer to take a variegated approach. Let 1,000 flowers bloom, rather than putting all my money on one particular avenue to actually facilitate the growth. I'd say it's really quite important to actually explore multiple avenues simultaneously. What that means is that certain people will have a stronger affinity with certain ways of trying to develop Islamic finance. There'll be some, I mean, we've seen and we will see, I think, we've got examples here from the kind of traditional banking model and also the newer financial models which are being propagated at the moment in the UK. They all have a purpose, and some will fail, some will survive, and some will persist and grow. Demographically, I think there's an imperative. Anecdotally, I think there's a lot of latent demand. Someone earlier on in the discussions pointed to a supply constraint here because there aren't enough institutions offering a sufficient variety of products to actually meet a customer need. Technology and digitization, I think, is going to break down barriers to entry and also allow products which historically wouldn't have achieved the economies of scale to be able to do so going forward. So I would say, in a nutshell, yes, I think there is potential.
And just very quickly, probably a 2-word answer or a 3-word answer. In terms of advancing the ethical and responsible sector specifically, any comments about the success or otherwise of Islamic banks? Do they stand out as being champions of the good, or do they fall into the same category as the conventional sector?
I'm going to be very cautious here. I'd say the jury's still out. We have to bear in mind that the Islamic finance sector has developed in the UK, at least, over the past couple of decades, whereas the conventional financial services sector has developed over centuries. So there's still plenty of time left. Very diplomatic, sorry.
That's a pointed question, because our next speaker is Dr. Usman Chowdhury, who's Chief Risk Officer at Gatehouse Bank. And his topic really is very much advancing the ethical and sustainable model and how Gatehouse has been managing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. In the interest of time, I'll try and keep this brief, but I'll actually touch on the last point that was just raised regarding the whether Islamic finance can compete with the conventional banks around ethical and sustainable finance. The 3 key topics I'd like to just cover and hopefully keep you awake from your the graveyard shift, which is digesting the food and the large amounts of sugar that we've all consumed. So first and foremost, I just want to just go off script here and just cover off that point. I think certainly from a Gatehouse Bank perspective, if we look at some of the products that we've extended to align with whether it's the United Nations goals for development or responsible banking, and we heard earlier today regarding the Sharia finance screens and the ESG screens, the number of customers that we've originated, certainly on the savings side, for example, where we've extended green products, speaks for itself. Some 1 billion in savings over the past 6 years, 30,000 plus customers, and these are Sharia-compliant saving products. So slightly at odds to what I heard earlier today, which was there is no Sharia-compliant saving product in the UK. Our 3 scholars would say otherwise. And it's the same scholars that are providing guidance to 200 other institutions globally. On the financing side, then again, we have circa 1.5 billion in assets for real estate, housing and financing, which are also green products, and I'll expand on those in a few minutes, and circa 3,000 to 4,000 customers. And that's in the space of 6 years, 5 to 6 years, which speaks for itself. So I just want to comment on that. I think we've got a long way to go, huge amount of potential, but I think we've done relatively well along with other Sharia-compliant banks, I'm sure. So I just want to touch on the first point here. So just kind of recapping and building on some of the themes that we heard earlier this morning regarding the alignment between Sharia finance and the whole ethical, ESG, whatever you want to call it, CSR frameworks. I just want to expand on that a little bit further. What does it mean to us and how do we interpret that? Certainly at Gatehouse Bank and certainly some of our peer firms, it's certainly the fair treatment of customers through risk sharing, and that is supported by the Sharia-compliant instruments that we use, certainly for real estate financing in the UK. And I'll touch on that a little bit further regarding the recent regulation that the FCA has brought in regarding customer outcomes and ensuring good customer outcomes. So we were doing this from 2015, right? So when we started with the whole retail banking regime, we spoke to the FCA then, we didn't need regulation to tell us. We just looked at Sharia principles. We said this is the right thing to do. Fast forward 2023, and we have regulation coming in, forcing the banks to adopt certain practices that we had already adopted back then. The ethical and sustainable business practices also mean investing in certain industries that are not contributing to harm in our society. Financial literacy, which speaks for itself, certainly in terms of the younger generation, which we heard this morning, and protecting the climate. I'll just expand on that a little bit further. But these Sharia principles underpin everything that we do at Gatehouse Bank. And we don't just simply say, oh, because we're Sharia compliant, our job is done. We moved wholesale to move towards the United Nations Principles for Responsible Banking because we thought this was an additive value driver. So on top of the Sharia compliant piece, we added on the whole UN Responsible Banking Principles. We strategically moved our entire business model to align with those principles. So this is an aggregate cumulative effect on top of the Sharia compliance principles that we apply. And so what does that mean? Well, it means we have a whole framework to work within, an additional framework. It's a complementary framework to the Sharia compliance obligations that we have. It means that we design our products, certainly in Gatehouse Bank's point of view, we design our real estate financing products from, a ESG perspective and a Sharia compliant perspective. So when we talk about real estate financing, we ensure that the financing goes to homes that are energy efficient. So really practical implications. I know we heard earlier today regarding some really complex, interesting tech stuff that's going on. This is about supporting people to buy their homes, to support their families and their communities. So we seek to ensure that we finance homes that are energy efficient, and where they are not currently energy efficient, we certainly seek to support customers who want to achieve certain energy efficiency ratings, because it means that it's a lower cost of living to them over the longer term. On the financing side, we also expand further where we feel actually we can support customers who want to make certain home improvements on their home efficiencies and therefore lower their bills and, again, ongoing costs. On the savings side, we offset carbon emissions for many of our customers. As I said earlier, we have 30,000 plus savings customers, over $1 billion in savings on the retail side. We plant trees for our customers, because we believe it's the right thing to do for our environment, for our communities and our climate. And so far to date, we have planted some 36,000 trees in very well-balanced, eco-friendly environments. And we work with the Carbon Trust. We don't just go out and start planting trees and say we've done this. We work with accredited industry bodies. So we have a Woodland Saver account. So again, if you look on the internet, you look for Sharia compliant products. These are not only Sharia compliant, these are ESG compliant as well. And we report on this transparently through our annual reports, and we are also beholden to the United Nations Responsible Banking Principles. So we report to those against those principles every year, and we're held to a high level of standard in that regard. In terms of financial literacy, I mentioned earlier, we're trying to support the younger folk trying to save for the future. Financial inclusion, certainly for those that are 30 or younger, is so important nowadays. I know it's difficult with the cost of living crisis, and we absolutely understand that. But really, financial inclusion means long-term potential, I would say economic inclusion, economic certainty. Certainly when times are tough, like the economic outlook currently is challenging, you have a savings bed to kind of fall back on when times are tough. This is a positive thing. And we're trying to help break down some of the barriers for these customers to ensure that they are Sharia compliant products, but also the barrier to entry is low. You can start off saving by just putting in £1. And then you're also having this ESG overlay, which is a fantastic positive thing for individuals to do, and certainly for the bank. Just touch on the second thing. I did talk about the United Nations Principles for Responsible Banking. We were the first Sharia-compliant bank to be a founding signatory of this. And bear in mind, we were relatively small at that stage. We're only $1.5 billion in assets at the moment. Okay, so when we look around some of our peers and we say they've been in this industry for quite some time, we thought this was the right thing to do. Went to the UN, went to sign up, set up our obligations, signed up to those, and we continue to report against those. So this underpins everything that we do in terms of transparency and design of products. I just want to expand a little bit more in terms of our obligations for the UN responsible banking. In terms of climate, I talked about financing energy-efficient homes. We have a commitment to net zero home finance targets by 2050, and we continue to push hard against those and try and accelerate where we possibly can. Financial inclusion, I touched on, and again, the UN holds us responsible for that to make sure that we follow up with our promises. And there are other further development goals that we have for our communities and sponsoring locally and nationally where possible. So far, so good. Good feedback, but there's more to do. We try to engage with as many communities as we can, but again, we're a small voice in a larger industry. It'd be good to hear in the Q&A session, what are others doing to kind of amplify the voice? We're trying to do our best. We've done a lot of surveys. Dr. Bashar earlier today referenced the Gatehouse survey from 2019 regarding raising awareness in Islamic finance in the UK. I think there's more all of us can do in that regard. And I'm trying to move forward here. Let's see if that works. Okay, I just want to wrap up on this piece here. So what is that we can do in terms of amplifying Islamic finance in the UK? I think the question was asked, is there an opportunity? Is there an opportunity for other peer firms to go out there and grow further? Absolutely, there's a huge amount of demand. We heard earlier on demand and supply. The drivers are there. There is a challenge, but I will come on to that. But the demand is absolutely there. How do we grow from 0 to 1.5 billion in assets to 5,000 customers on the financing side in 5 years, 30,000 plus customers on the savings side? This doesn't happen out of nowhere. But firstly, these products are calibrated for the customer, Sharia compliant, ESG compliant, and a good number of our customers are not seeking Sharia compliant products, which is great for inclusivity. That's so important because we need to ensure that it's not just the target market, it's the broader addressable market that we're here for, our broader communities. I also want to say that there's certainly stuff that we can do regarding regulation, legislation, and Ash talked about the alternative liquidity facility. He's doing a great job at the Bank of England. I think the Bank of England has done a sterling job compared to some of our central bank peers in the rest of Europe, supporting our liquidity needs, supporting our regulatory needs. There's more to do, but I think we've made good progress to date. And lastly, in terms of raising awareness, this is crucial. We continue to invest to raise awareness across the UK of Islamic finance. I hear individuals coming up to me saying, what products does Gatehouse Bank provide? So it clearly shows that there's more work for us to do across the industry, but we are just but one voice. We need to amplify this voice by trying to come together in a very coherent way and therefore try and reach out into the broader masses and tap into the potential that is very clearly there. Okay, I'll wrap it up there. My time's flashing, but happy to answer any Q&As. Okay, thank you.
So, Dr. Usman, I'm just going to ask you, what percentage of your client base is non-Muslim, do you think?
So I've got to be careful here. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. It's very difficult because we don't ask our customers particularly their religious orientation.
Perhaps I could ask the question differently.
Anecdotally, I can answer that. We would say 3/4 are Sharia-seeking customers on the financing side. Yeah. There's a quarter, roughly, that are, we believe, not Sharia-compliant seeking customers, i.e. likely not Muslims. We have a really good, diverse set of customers, internationally and UK.
And do those non-Muslim, or potentially, anecdotally, non-Sharia compliant seeking customers, ask about the aspects of Sharia compliance at all? Do they show an interest in it, or?
See, this is interesting because the point was made earlier today regarding the 3 categories of customers. I think there are just 2. You either want Sharia or you don't. And typically, if you want Sharia, folks, as we see it, there's a customer feedback we get, not academic, abstract views, but this is grounded in empirical data that we get from our customers. They will pay whatever it takes to become Sharia-compliant products. For the non-Sharia-seeking customers, they don't mind. It's, as far as they see, they're trying to finance a home for their families. The lawyers will deal with what's needed for the underlying instrument. The bank is very clear in terms of its comms. There's a Q&A. You can call in and speak to some of our colleagues to understand a little bit more about the Sharia compliance, its certification. But generally, the non-Sharia compliant customers like it because it's a product we can execute well and it meets their needs.
Okay. Well, Gatehouse is very much an incumbent in the market, a bank who's already established and successful in its space. And our next speaker is very much not an incumbent, he's a challenger. And it'd be very interesting to listen to Arib and his perspective on how that challenge is going to help develop the sector.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Arib Siddiqui. I'm the founder and the CEO of Kestrel, Muslim Money App. We're an Islamic fintech that started 3 years ago right here in the UK. And I'm going to be talking to you about the rise of Islamic fintechs here in the UK and whether or not they may be the final frontier of Islamic finance, which is a bit of a clickbaity title, but bear with me. So we spent a lot of time talking about fintech, but how many times do we actually end up defining it? What actually is a fintech? Well, technically, nothing should actually be defined as a fintech unless it is a piece of technology that fundamentally transforms the business model of a financial services industry. Prime examples of this in the past have included the first ATM machine to be opened right here by Barclays in 1967, the first chip and pin debit card, which was in the 80s in Canada, I think, PayPal, the very young Elon Musk and Peter Thiel there back in 1999, who came up with the simple idea that sending money around the world should be as easy as sending an email. And most recently, Apple Pay and Google Pay, where every single person's smartphone here has been turned into a direct line of communication with your bank. So all of these were clearly game-changing solutions. So if these are all examples of fintechs, what then is an Islamic fintech? That's exactly the question we're going to be exploring here today. And I would love to do that using the case study, which is my own firm, Kestrel. Now, Kestrel started 3 years ago, and it was born out of a very personal frustration. I was fed up of feeling like I was doing something wrong every time I had to use one of these. Every time I used a typical debit card, and it's a problem that many other Muslims faced in the UK and in the Western world. Of course, for us, interest is forbidden. And Muslims, for the most part, know that. They know that very well in the UK, and they care about it. But there's very little they can actually do about it. It's a problem that's shared by between 4 to 5 million Muslims here in the UK. Unofficially, maybe it's a bit higher, and around 25 million Muslims in total in the Western world as a whole, who have a strong desire for this kind of solution, but very few actual solutions do exist. Now, it was a particularly bitter pill for me to try and swallow because I was working in and around financial services. I was a management consultant at Deloitte and PwC, helping big banks and wealth managers to digitally transform and develop their own fintech strategies. We saw the rise of Monzo and Starling, some of the foremost digital banks here in the UK, as well as wealth techs like Nutmeg coming about. All things that I couldn't use, and my family couldn't use, and people like me couldn't use. So I took a year out, and I went to University of Cambridge to do an MBA. And that's where I met my co-founder, Daing Tirmizi. Daing's from Malaysia, where Islamic banking is pretty much the norm. And he saw me one day paying for lunch with a non-Islamic banking card. And he asked me up front, why don't I use an Islamic bank? And I kind of ummed and ahed, and I had to explain that they do exist in the UK, but I kind of had an apprehension about using it. I hadn't heard great things. So that's where the idea came from. We then did a nationwide survey as part of our final semester there. We interviewed 1,500 Muslims all over the UK, from Cambridge all the way up to Scotland, to understand, do they care about this? And if they do care about Islamic finance, were they using any solutions themselves? Interestingly, 95% of people we surveyed said they strongly did desire an Islamic finance alternative to their existing services. But when asked how many were using them, whether it was an Islamic bank or a wealth manager, fewer than 3% were doing that. And the top reasons for that, time and time again, were coming up as poor customer service, terrible user experiences, and much higher fees. All these three things came together to create a perfect storm of mistrust within the sector. In terms of the top problems people kept on talking about, it was, time and time again, home financing, surprise, surprise, student loans, and also financial literacy. And by that, we're talking about means of actually growing your wealth in a Sharia-compliant way, whether through savings accounts or investment accounts. Many people had no idea where to start. And it was that final point that we chose to tackle with Kestrel. Kestrel is an app that helps Muslims who'd like to grow their wealth without having to compromise, whether it's on their beliefs, on user experience, or on price. Now, we do that right here in the UK, and that is a complete testament to how amazing our regulator is here, the FCA, Financial Conduct Authority. Using the FCA's very forward-thinking belief in helping fintechs to come up, we leverage something called open banking here in the UK. What that means is that every single bank in the UK has to make customer data openly available to anyone who would like to share it through open APIs. So whatever bank you're using, Barclays, HSBC, Monzo, Starling, all of that data can be plugged directly into Kestrel. So we can see transactions, we can see income. That is then processed by Kestrel's proprietary artificial intelligence and used to come up with a financial plan for Muslims. We start off with budgeting and debt repayment, spending insights. We move on to auto-saving to help people save towards their goals in a timely fashion. We then help them and suggest halal savings and investment options for them to use. We can also do Sharia auto zakat calculation, as well as Sharia stock screening and the like. So this was our consumer app. And it was going well, and it was taking advantage of the great regulations we have here in the UK. But then something really interesting happened. An Islamic bank, the biggest Islamic bank in Malaysia, Bank Islam, reached out to us and said that they liked what we were doing. Could we help them to digitize and launch their own digital bank? So that's exactly what we did a year ago. And we helped them to go live with their new digital bank, BU. We're now doing this in other markets, and we're getting a lot of interest from other banks in Malaysia, the UAE, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia, and beyond. So this brings me back to my original question. I'll just skip through this. What is an Islamic fintech? So in order to break this down, I'd like to see it as 3 phases. Islamic Finance 1.0, which are really the original Islamic banks here in the UK. And we're different from most of the other countries in the West in that we do have an Islamic banking ecosystem. You have the likes of Al Rayyan, formerly Islamic Bank of Britain, of course Gatehouse, Habib Bank AG Zurich, BLME. But interestingly, we had HSBC Amana. We also had Lloyds Bank, which had their own Sharia-compliant accounts. Now, those, unfortunately, HSBC and Lloyds closed theirs down. But all of these banks had one thing in common. They did appeal to the Muslim market, but to a subset of it, through our research anyway. We call these guys the diehards. These are people who, whatever it takes, they're going to put their money into something that is stated to be Sharia compliant. And that is regardless of the user experience, the customer service, the price, they're going to move towards it. And we think that makes up a relatively small part of the total Muslim market. Then came Wave 2, Islamic Finance 2.0, where we have the likes of digital banks that began to spring up, wealth tax, home financing solutions, as well as crowdfunding solutions. All of them with their own merits, some of them with their weaknesses in their business strategies as well. The digital banks, it's worth noting that of those which are still up there, only one of them still exists today, which is interesting, and we can get into that in the Q&A. And that's GetInsure, which is Al Baraka's own digital bank based in Germany. Now, these appeal to a different subset, much more than the diehards, but I still call them the early adopters, around 5 to 10%. These are people who would love to have a better user experience and customer service, all of these things which these fintechs offer. However, to appeal to the mass market, they're still waiting for something new, something bigger, and some legitimacy, which, as fintechs, it's hard for us to garner on our own. So that's the next wave, and Islamic Finance 3.0, as some of the speakers have talked about already. I think that's what's coming. And that's the use of new technologies like generative AI, Web3 like Facet, Takadao, and of course, Marhaba, which is talked about earlier. We're also seeing a lot of new venture capital firms spring up, helping to finance a lot of these fintech solutions, like Curate Capital by Islamic finance gurus, Wahid X, which is Wahid Invest's own VC arm, and Innate Capital Partners over in the US. And the final thing are new banks. I think we're going to see a big change here in the UK in the coming years. A lot of banks, both abroad as well as here in the UK, are seeing an opportunity, that there is a clear demand and a lack of supply in the Islamic finance space. We're already hearing about banks from Malaysia, Saudi, the UAE, which are looking to take up banking licenses and come here to try and take advantage of this, as well as complete new outfits just getting their own banking licenses here in the UK. But what I would love to do is to try and encourage, go back to where we were with HSBC and Lloyds. If a high street bank were to open up their own Islamic window, I think that would be a game changer, where you could take the legitimacy of a bank with hundreds of years of influence and power and ultimately branding, combine it with the forward-thinkingness of Islamic Finance 3.0, and I think that is how you capture the rest. That's it. Thank you very much.
So, Arib, what you're saying is take on the incumbents by partnering up with a conventional.
I think it's the only way.
Yeah, so that must be in your pipeline, is it?
Ideally, yeah.
Very good. Well, there we are. You heard it here first. Scary?
Not at all, no. Welcome it. As I said, we need to increase our volume and voice, right? So I think we can certainly amplify it by the more players we have in this market and this.
And to be clear, we could be partners.
Very good.
We're all friends here.
So, first question from the floor over there. Second one will be here. I don't know whether we've got... if you could just tell us who you are and if it's relevant, where you're from.
My respected elders, my learned scholars, my beautiful brothers and sisters in Islam, I welcome you all with the wonderful salutation, Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Asif Malik. I'm head of fundraising and community engagement for National Zakat Foundation. I've just got one simple question, and this is for Brother Arib. Can you guarantee a 6% rental return on anyone who saves £1,000 and above?
An Islamic bank can. Someone with a banking license and FSCS protection, for sure, that can be done.
But can Kestrel?
We don't have a banking license ourselves, but through a third-party partner, we can do that.
Guaranteed 6%?
If that's what the market is saying at the moment, then yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to comment on that? No. Okay. Wahid is next, and then Jonathan.
Thank you for your excellent presentations. Arib, let me share my experience with you being part of the Islamic window, which was basically the first Islamic window anyway in the world of a British bank. And which I worked together in that. So our experience is where you attach the Islamic banking to a conventional bank as a division of a conventional bank. It is very difficult to gain confidence and trust among the consumer customers. However, it's different when you deal with the SMEs and the corporate entities. Because the corporate entities, they look for rating, which obviously conventional banks would have, but Islamic banking, most of the banks as of today, they will not have the rating. And therefore, from the risk perspective, they will not be dealing with that. So I think here my question is, for example, I rewrote the strategy paper when I was heading private banking for UBS, and that was the no riba bank set up in Bahrain. Now, they totally detached themselves from that. They did not call it as their Islamic window, and therefore it was able to capture some market share. Eventually, for whatever reason, they decided not to go ahead with it, just like the HSBC, Amana, and Lloyds did. So my question here is, obviously you have done a lot of research all across UK, so maybe you have an insight that you could kindly share with us, that what has changed that the consumers would still come and bank with an Islamic window where they do not have their own separate balance sheet. That's quite important. Thank you.
I think that's always going to be a factor for some people. In the early adopters market, it's one of the most common things. Is it interest by another name, which we're just relabeling as profit? What's the actual difference there? However, from what I'm seeing in the mass market, the kind of 80 to 90%, the majority of them just want someone to tell them it's Islamic. Whether that's right or wrong is a different question altogether, a completely different conversation. But I think it's a starting point. We're talking about one of the most financially illiterate populations in the UK, indeed anywhere in the world, right? These are people who are putting their money in current accounts in perpetuity. If they are generating any interest, they're giving away immediately. Some of them don't even know that Gatehouse savings accounts are there, or indeed our Rayon's or anyone else's, right? And they'll happily go to them if they did, but there's a big marketing issue there, marketing and financial literacy issue. I think the starting point would be an Islamic window. Because if HSBC said that they were launching their Islamic window again, Muslims would flock to it. There would always be the naysayers, but for the most part, from our research anyway, it indicates that people would go for it. The next step then is how you get the others.
Okay. I think Jonathan's going to be our last question, is that right? Do we have time for more? Jonathan, to give us a...
Jonathan Erkenbrock, SOAS. Thank you for your presentations. Very enlightening. I'm interested in how you're attracting non-Muslim customers. And I wonder, is this an aspect of your marketing? What do you see as being the reasons for attracting those customers? And is that a core part of your business strategy? And I'm also interested in how the role of technology affects going after that larger market segment, if my hypothesis is even partially correct. The success of Islamic finance on a global level depends, to some extent, on going after that non-Muslim clientele. It's a huge untapped market, and I just wonder what you're doing in that relation.
I think that's...
Is that to me?
First man, yeah, probably best.
Well, both of you, really.
Okay, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So with us, when we started Kestrel is the name of a bird. It has no Muslim connotations to it at all. It was a funny story. It's because Kestrels are a little falcon and they eat, amongst other things, starlings. And it was a little joke that we were going to take on Starling Bank. But the idea originally was also that we were going to be mass market, ethical, as opposed to just Islamic. Something interesting happened when we started marketing ourselves that way. Muslims were coming to the website and not seeing enough targeted marketing to them. So they weren't really signing up, thinking, oh, it's just another ethical solution. You have Triodos, you have even Monzo, a bunch of others who were saying that they were ethical. And non-Muslims were coming to the site and seeing a little hint of halal. So like we have a Sharia advisor and other things, and they were getting turned away. So we were trying to be everything to everyone and ended up being nothing to nobody. So we decided to really focus, double down, and say that we are the Muslim money app built by Muslims for Muslims on the basis of Sharia to try and capture that beachhead market. I do agree with you, though. I think for the longevity of this space, as one of the speakers said before, Islamic finance is for all people. It's not just for Muslims, it's for the good of humanity as a whole. And I think that's what we need to be driving towards. And I think partnering with the likes of one of the big conventional banks or a bank like Gatehouse, for example, I think that is the only way to get there.
As you can tell, we're being gently encouraged.
I just want to share some reflections. I've been on both sides of the fence, conventional banking, traditional banking, Islamic banking, and helping set up fintech, i.e. Tandem Bank, right? So it was the cohort with Starling and Monzo. I think the premise of your point, it is absolutely a misnomer to create a product just for Muslims and expect it to be viable. It does not work and will not work. There's an insufficient level of momentum and customers to generate the money that's needed on investment to create the tech in the UK, right? And I say this with some case studies in mind. I don't necessarily want to share names, but there are firms that are spending millions building tech, and they cannot just simply target Muslims. So what is it that you do? And certainly from a Gatehouse perspective, we are Sharia compliant. Our target market certainly is the Sharia compliant space, but we have to go to the broader addressable market. So you have the Sharia compliant product, you overlay that, wrap it with an ESG product, so you're making sure that it's actually broadly addressable to a range of potential customers, and that is how we grow customers. There is no magical formula. It's very simple, and I think we overcomplicate things and probably do ourselves down. It's quite simple. We have to operate in a fairly complex economic environment where there are traditional entrenched banks, there are new banks like Monzo. But the recipe is fairly simple. Create a product that appeals to a broader mass market. It's Sharia compliant, but always will be Sharia compliant. If it's applicable to other customers, fine. Is it a product that is priced well? Is it executed well? The economics work, and you get the profitability that allows you to invest in other products. That is it. If you start to head down this journey like some of the startups do, invest in great, sexy, fancy tech, oh, and then who do I sell this to? Well, it's probably 5% of the population, which of that is probably 3% bankable. Of that, probably 2% need another account. Well, the economies of scale just do not work. So I take your point, and I support the point that we have to target a broader addressable market. There are multiple ways of doing that. I'm not saying Gatehouse is the only way, but I think you have to go beyond this core, which is the Sharia compliance seeking market.
And the last comment goes to the Bank of England.
Sorry.
As always, last word comes from the Bank of England.
Very kind, Richard. I was going to say that a lot of this resonates. Back in 2007, we actually wrote a regulatory paper called Islamic Finance in the UK, Regulations and Challenges. And we said that the ability for Islamic finance to sustain itself over the longer term would basically depend on its ability to cross over to the mainstream and no longer be seen as a niche product. That was 16 years ago. I think the principle still holds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please stay seated. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Thomas, who has just led this session on towards sustainability and fulfilling social responsibility with our esteemed panel. Can I please ask you, Mr. Richard Thomas, to come forward for your certificate? Dr. Rahman. Dr. Chowdhury. Mr. Siddiqui. Thank you very much. Fascinating. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we move on to our last and final session for today, which is focused on the Islamic not-for-profit organizations in the UK, which we heard about earlier on this morning. I would like to welcome our chairperson, Professor Habib Ahmed, who is the chair of Sharjah Islamic Law and Finance at Durham University, and also a director of the National Zakat Foundation worldwide. I would also like to invite on stage the panelists, Dr. Sahel Hanif and Mr. Haroon Atiyallah. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. This is the last session of the event today. It is on Islamic non-profit organizations in the UK. Even though Islamic finance is relatively new in UK, Islamic social finance has been there for a very long time. Historically, the non-profit sector or the civil society played a very important role in Muslim societies. The governments of the past, they did not provide many services which contemporary governments provide. A significant part of these services were provided by the social sector, mainly in terms of zakah and waqf. We have cases in history where zakah could not be distributed, which showed the positive role the institution played in poverty alleviation. And also, the waqf sector provided a lot of services which contemporary governments provide, such as education, health, social security, and also public infrastructure. Now, due to different reasons, these Islamic social finance institutions, they have lost their potentials due to historical reasons, colonization among others, and they are not contributing in societies in terms of their social welfare and impact. Now, this session will cover some of the issues. Before I ask the panelists to contribute to the session, just a brief overview of the Muslims in UK. As was mentioned earlier, there are close to 3.9 million Muslims in UK, which constitute around 6.5% of the population. Unfortunately, half of the Muslims face poverty and deprivation, and this worsened after COVID and during COVID, where 65% of the Muslims had to take out some form of debt to manage their everyday costs and living. Furthermore, 1/3 of the Muslims living in UK had to miss a meal to afford their household bills in the last year. Last year meaning this was 1922 after the COVID. Now, when it comes to the charitable sector, it is a very rich sector, as I said, even though Islamic finance is new. Islamic social finance has been there and very strong. There are more than 450 grassroots non-government organizations, charitable organizations operating in UK, and 150 of them are international NGOs, which are headquartered in this country. And Muslims have been very generous. They give up more than 500 million pounds annually in charity. But most of this charity goes out of the country. Only 20%, for example, 21% of the zakah, which was collected locally, was used internally. Now, given that we have half of the Muslim population which faces poverty and deprivation, there are some organizations which are working within the country to basically find ways in which they can provide support to the vulnerable Muslims and also non-Muslims. Now, we have here a session which we have actually representatives from two of the most successful Islamic Muslim non-profit organizations. We have Dr. Sohail Hanif, who is the Chief Executive of National Zakah Foundation, and we have Mr. Harun Atullah, who's Chief of the International Waqf Fund. Because of the time, I'll just give the floor to Dr. Sohail Hanif for his presentation, and followed by Dr. Harun Atullah. And after the presentations, we'll open up for Q&A. Dr. Sohail Hanif, please.
How do I change the slides?
Oh, it's here.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. What I'd like to share with you all are just some reflections about zakat and some reflections on the globalization and localization of zakat, which I'd welcome your comments on. I'll be speaking from the point of view of one organization, which is National Zakat Foundation. But from that point of view, I'd like to open up a discussion for us all to consider. I'm quite aware that people aren't all from the United Kingdom, but there's a shared narrative I'd like us to partake in, What you might find possibly amusing is that the slides I'm using here today are truncated from a normal mosque workshop that I deliver. And it might wonder, well, what would a mosque maybe have in common with our setting here? It's because if we want to change zakat practices, we have to develop a shared narrative. And so narrative formation is something we all have to partake in. If we're going to then start thinking about what could the future be for our communities with this instrument called zakat. So if you forgive me and allow me, I'm going to start with some very basic narrative formation around zakat, after which I'm then going to talk about NZF, both what we're doing so far and something about what we're trying to do going forwards. And I'll invite collaborators if people want to discuss more about the future. And then something about, again, the state of poverty within the UK, and some closing remarks as well. Good. So this is the part I'm calling narrative formation. Introductory things that we say wherever we go when we're talking about zakat. The first point that's fascinating about zakat is that the word means purification and growth. And whenever this is explained, it's actually explained from the point of view of the giver. The giver is needy of purification. The giver is needy of having his wealth or her wealth blessed and protected through the art of giving. So it's a very unique and different framing. My colleague from University of Indiana, Sharik Siddiqui, he says he's trying to reframe philanthropy because it doesn't include Muslim giving. Philanthropy is defined as voluntary giving for the public good, which doesn't include what if you see it as a duty and what if you're doing it fundamentally for the sake of God. And so the framing of zakat as philanthropy already is a sort of disruption to how we think about giving. That's just one thing for us to think about. The other thing, point number 2, is that it's really worth noting that although the institution of zakat, which we are framing a narrative for, was revealed probably the second year of our Prophet ﷺ's mission in Medina. So what happened for the first 15 years of that message, without this institution called zakat, was an incredible urging of giving. And so, to use modern parlance, the Quran was certainly disruptive. It was a disruptor in its society, in belief, but also in this, what we've seen earlier today, a notion of justice. And within that, a notion of economic justice. So lots and lots of verses, very stern verses, on if you don't give to the needy and downtrodden, you might find yourself in hell. Or that believers are those who have a fixed portion set aside for the needy. So there is this idea to put in our minds that care for the needy and the duty of care for the downtrodden is very much part of the blueprint of, you could say, the disruption to society that the Quranic message brought. Then you come to zakat. When you want to frame a narrative of zakat, it's really important, I feel, to frame it within a narrative of the 5 pillars, which is this institution of core practices upon which the Prophet left the world, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And these 5 pillars were all established in Medina, and so that they were the foundations of a new vision of community. And that's why these are all social in their implication and not just personal and not merely spiritual. So if you look at all of them, prayer is probably Islam's greatest social institution, because the mosque is a space which is a waqf. No one can claim ownership of it, pure equality. The mosque creates a new sort of community, tied not by lineage and not by tribe and not by language and not by color, tied only by a new identity, which is we belong to the same faith community. So the 5 pillars are creating ummah. Ummah is the faith community. Ramadan, very personal, but we eat together more than we do any other time of the year, and it brings an energy within, again, ummah, faith community. Hajj, you travel and witness a global ummah. Even the first pillar, which is the shahada, the testification of one God and Muhammad as the messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even that's a social pillar, because what it implies is whoever utters these words is now part of the community that these pillars are creating. And so it's within this narrative that the 5 pillars are forming faith community, through which we have to understand this new institution that came in Medina called zakat. So zakat is a subset of Muslim giving, which is understood in a narrative through 2 constraints that we like to emphasize when we give these presentations. One is that it's only paid to believers. It's a very minority discussion in Islamic law that gives zakat to the needy of the non-Muslim community. The vast majority understanding is it's a Muslim to Muslim duty, because it's reinforcing a tie that when two believers exist in the world, it's as if they've joined a family. And the family has to be real, and the reality of family is care, economic, financial care. The other interesting constraint through which we can make a narrative of zakat is the idea of locality. All of the classical fiqh schools concurred that zakat was meant to be paid in the area where you live. Their classical debate only was, is this a duty or is it a recommendation? But they all understood that in the basic framing, it's a duty within locality. And locality is not nation state like United Kingdom or France. Locality is about cities and regions. And so zakat was part of a vision, along with the 5 pillars, to create an impetus of building community, strong ties of faith community where a person lives. And you could say that much of the Islamic sacred law is reinforcing this notion. How do you build strong faith community? Why would this be such an important part of the sacred law? It's because the vision of the sacred law is that faith is meant to be enjoyed and preserved and nurtured communally. It's a communal vision of Iman. And so that's part of what we have to think about now. When we think about modernizing zakat within the narrative, not just let's get zakat done, but if there's a narrative we're trying to bring from the sacred tradition, it's how do we make a system for localized communities to strengthen, get to know, support, and thrive on a foundation laid by zakat. Zakat might not be the full vision of prosperity, but it lays a narrative. We have to build strong ties where we live, and on that foundation we have to stand. And so that's why we talk about the right of the neighbor in faith. What the rulings of the 5 pillars tell us is there's a global ummah, but the neighbor within the ummah, because of proximity, has a particular right that needs to be thought about, theorized and preserved. So that's something about zakat within the modern world. When it comes to NZF, and I'm so sorry, I just saw the clock right now. I really apologize. It just started flashing. I'll try and speed up a bit. When it comes to NZF, we've been operating for about 11 years. To give a typical size right now, we distribute last year about £6 million to about, we helped about 18,000 people. We help people nationwide within the UK. We operate very much like a fintech. We have open banking services for our applicants to facilitate assessing their zakat worthiness. Our largest program is a cash giving program called Hardship Relief. As far as we can see, we are the UK's biggest distributors of cash grants. What's the interesting thing about cash grants is it preserves the dignity, which is part of the framing within zakat. How do you empower people to feel dignified through that exchange? We also help people with housing, and we're currently studying the social, financial, economic benefit of our housing fund, which so far all studies are indicating that £1 we spend in housing in zakat is saving the public local governments £35. So if we spend £1 million in zakat, we're saving the public £35 million because these are people who would have become homeless. And there's a lot of cost in rehousing homeless people. That's why even though we have a Muslim community focus, we are part of the national economic infrastructure. One MP who we had a chat with, he described us as the scaffolding upholding the capital. Something that really has to be thought about. There's a lot of local zakat that even we don't regulate at the level of the mosque. Zakat's a very big story within the UK that we have to really work towards discussing and understanding. In terms of the future, we're trying to combine our fintech model with grassroots activism. So we're finding models of safe, secure cash giving within mosque communities. So people really build community through the zakat exchange. Because some very exciting advances that we've had there. We're trying to move more to the space of advocacy because we have a lot of data about the Muslim community and their needs. How do we use that to represent and enhance public giving? And we're working on mobilizing a sort of activist movement to build community. We are part of a worldwide network that Professor Habib is very much a part of and a leader in, which is how do you replicate this model across the planet? And so the idea is UK is an important place, which has been a theme throughout the conference today. If we make a successful system here, it will be replicated, which is why I invite collaborators, investors if you want to really work in which we think is the cutting edge of fintech meets social welfare meets a faith narrative, be very interesting in talking to you. There's a great deal of, the Muslim community is quite impoverished. This is old data. This is from last October, a survey that we did. And here are some example case studies. This is my last slide. One thing that's quite troubling is that, 2-3 years ago, the asylum community were about 40% of our applicants, but our most recent studies makes UK citizens about 80% of our applicants. Ordinary families, they get set back by ill health, set back by accidents, and all of a sudden they're struggling to keep up. So there really is under the surface a sort of poverty crisis within minority communities like the Muslim community. And so there is need, there is a faith narrative, and we believe we're at the cutting edge of moving really social finance forwards. So very happy to continue the conversation. Anyone who's interested to discuss either here or afterwards. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry for going a bit over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sohail Hanif. Excellent presentation in terms of framing zakah as an instrument to build faith communities within the framework of the 5 pillars of Islam. Now we have Mr. Haroon Atullah. He's a chair of International Waqf Fund based here in UK. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Habib. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah. I am the chair of the International Waqf Fund, so I'm not the chief executive. He's sitting there. It's a voluntary capacity. 30 years ago exactly, I joined Islamic Relief. I'm a chartered accountant by training. I moved from Dublin to Birmingham to join Islamic Relief. Islamic Relief at that time, as you know, was embarked on a huge operation of relief for Bosnia. And it was expanding rapidly. And they were moving from one premises to the next. And they needed to buy premises. It's easy to collect money for Bosnia. It's easy to go out and collect money for Gaza now, or even for zakah. It's very difficult to go out to people and say, give me money because I need to buy premises. At that time, a benefactor from Kuwait, and I must say, Kuwait is actually very advanced in the concepts of waqf in the Muslim world today. He decided to contribute £130,000 towards the cost of buying an old warehouse building in Birmingham. That building cost £375,000 to buy in 1993, just when I joined Islamic Relief. This building now is under compulsory purchase order by Birmingham City Council for expansion. It's valued at $5.5 to $6 million. The person that contributed this money has passed away. But when they made their contribution, they said, this is for the purpose of buying premises for Islamic Relief. So without even considering the rent savings that were made to Islamic Relief for all these years, and Islamic Relief and the hundreds of millions of people it has served over these years, he's getting a sadaqah jariyah from all that, but also the capital itself has appreciated manifold. Now, if you open any book of seerah or even books that talk about waqf, you will often find the story that refers to Sayyidina Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, gaining something and asking the Prophet ﷺ, how should I use this? And the Prophet said, perhaps you would like to capture the capital and spend the proceeds, and that people referred to as waqf. But even before that, when the Muslims arrived first in Medina, you remember the story when the Prophet ﷺ of Bi'r Ruma, the Muslims were paying a lot of money to get water from it. He said, if somebody could buy it, Allah will give them a spring in Jannah. And Sayyidina Uthman ibn Affan went and bought it. Or Bi'r Ha, Abu Talha al-Ansari, who again went and bought, who owned Bi'r Ha, and he made it a waqf. He said, this is when he heard, لَن تَنَالُوا الْبِرَّ حَتَّى تُنْفِقُوا مِمَّا تُحِبُّونَ. You will not achieve righteousness unless you spend from that which you love the most. And he said, the most beloved thing to me is this Bi'r Ha. And the Prophet ﷺ used to love to go and sit by Bi'r Ha, drink from it. And Talha used to make a special seating for the Prophet there. And he decided to make it waqf for Muslims. And it remains within the masjid in Medina till today. You can go and look for it till today. In fact, the concept of waqf did not exist in any previous civilization in the same manner. And I would argue, and I will speak about the regulatory framework here in the United Kingdom and the challenges it faces, because the equivalent in the United Kingdom regulatory framework is endowments. As many of you would know, some people would look at trusts, but trusts are not perpetual. Trusts have a 125-year limit on them. So they're not perpetual. Endowments can be perpetual. But as Sheikh Yusuf Khalawi said earlier in his speech, that in the economic paradigm of the world we live in, and I don't divide it between Muslim and non-Muslim or West and East, the paradigm of the world we live in today in economics is that money, profit is at the center of it and not people. And I would argue that even in charitable work, it is not people at the center of the paradigm. And that is not, as I said, because you will find political influences interfere all the time and influence how aid is given. I know here in the West, if you've been involved in aid work, they have been talking about the rights-based approach. But we have seen rolling back of this in the last few years, tying aid with economic opportunities and so on. The Islamic relief experience grew, and they started to fundraise for waqf. While Islamic relief itself grew manyfold all over the world, they struggled to raise money for waqf. And this is one of the challenges of waqf. If you imagine every year you go and give money for a qurbani, and you will go and give £50. Maybe it was worth £30 many years ago. But if I tell you, give me £1,100, and I will do a qurbani for you every year, somewhere in the world, even after you die. Now, not many people can afford to give 1,100, and some people may even be doubtful that it would continue. So they see it as a big investment. It's not an easy ask. But that's exactly what Islamic Relief marketed, and it has grown. So while the book value is about 9 million today, the real value is much higher, as I gave the example earlier of the property, because Islamic Relief took a very prudent approach in how it invests. Instead of all these charity shops, if you've seen the Islamic Relief premises near Waterloo Station, if you know that, and I was involved in buying that in 2007, I think, or 8, and it cost 2.8 million. It's worth at least double that at the moment. How do you fund something like that? Charities, how do they fund buying assets? If you use waqf money and you pay back the rent. You charge rent for it. So you have two things. You have the appreciation and you have the return, which is spent on good purposes. But how do you ensure that the capital can continue perpetually? We developed a model that you have 10% of the proceeds need to go back and add it as an income to waqf. So you try and protect against inflation. 10% will go towards the administration of it on an annual basis, and 80% would go for the good cause. So with the example that I just gave of Qurbani, you give 1,100, and you imagine now that this will be going on, how much return would you get from it? Somebody was asking a question, can you guarantee me a return? Nobody can guarantee any return for anything in this day and age. But if you're renting, and you're renting from yourself, literally, you're paying that rent. And that is the model that we did. But we also went into another type of waqf, and that is social investment. Many people, one of the criticisms of waqf is that people see a lot of capital which is captured and is not having the impact it could have if it was invested in what we call primary purpose, social investment. And Islamic Relief did that in some places by, for example, investing in a water rig. Invested in 4 water rigs that dig wells in Somalia, one in Niger, and in other countries, in Malawi as well. And the idea was that this rig, apart from doing this service for Islamic Relief, when Islamic Relief got donations to do wells, it would also pay back for the assets, and then you can invest in others. This is a more challenging approach because you know assets depreciate. So they are more difficult, they're more tricky. So this type of social investment is also an opportunity. I want to move very quickly onto the regulatory framework in the UK, which has been evolving and changing. This year, there was a new development in that permanent endowments, as many of you would imagine, relate to these long-term endowments. They've simplified the rules, and they've said the boards don't need to go back to the Charity Commission unless the value is over 25,000. And let's face it, any serious endowment will be above that. So you will need to go back to them, but they will give you a decision within 60 days. Now, I would argue that the future of resolving many of the economic challenges that we face in developed economies lie in waqf. Because if you look at the golden era of Islam, you will find that waqf was funding social services together with zakah. It was funding education. It was funding health. Not just religious activities. If we had time, I would give you a lot of examples. You can go back to Mawsu'at Ajaib al-Sadaqat. There is a very 3-volume that talks about the types of waqf that existed over 1,000 years ago. The state did not need to cover much in the health services or in education. All these were covered by waqf. If you look today at the budgets of developed economies, they are struggling to face social welfare payments, which are growing here in Britain, 300 billion, and people still complain. The NHS, they're spending more than 200 billion, and there are people still complaining. That's over 3,000 per individual in the UK on health services, and people are complaining, and the governments can't keep up with their services. Or education, which has reached 90 billion, and still people complain. You have to pay fees to go to universities. The solution for true development in the countries that would face solutions that would resolve problems, not just for the Muslims, for all humanity, would be in greater investment in endowments moving forward. I want to stop with just mentioning some of the biggest endowments. If I ask the audience here, do you know what is the biggest endowment in the United Kingdom? Does anybody know? Professor Habib? Not Islamic, no. Endowment generally. Cambridge University. And the second largest, Oxford. These are the biggest endowments. And in the United States, Harvard, followed by Yale. But you have here trusts like the Wellcome Trust. You have other trusts, the Nuffield Trust. They are quite large as well. For us to see that the opportunity for that in servicing humanity and freeing it from the problem that money is at the center of the decision-making, that gives true independence to humanitarian organizations, charities, and others to always work with principles and not on the profitable return. So you would put people at the core of your decision-making. The rights-based approach becomes the appropriate way of deciding who gets aid, and you're not influenced politically by decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we heard about 2 Islamic instruments of social capital. Zakah as building the community and social relationships, which in contemporary, actually we have this notion of social capital in terms of building communities and relationships, and of course waqf as direct investments in assets which serve social needs in the community. Because of the time, I'll open the floor for questions. We have a question here from Yahya.
Thank you very much for the nice presentations. I have a very simple question to Dr. Sohail Hanif, who is representing National Zakat Foundation. So by this time, we already know that Zakat is one of the tools that can bring social development. And there are categorically 8 sources that who can get the benefit from Zakat. And even some people who has even wealth, but if he is under loan or debt, he can receive the zakat money. So one of the policy of National Zakat Foundation, I think that only the British citizen, even including the asylum seeker, they can receive the zakat money, not the UK resident. And we know that UK is one of the destinations where many international researchers, students, they come from different parts of the globe. So why is this policy that only the UK citizen, not the UK resident, can receive the money or benefit from National Zakat Foundation?
Yeah, we'll take the answers later. Can you?
Jazakumullah, Shafiq Jakura from Durban in South Africa. Two things I just wanted to touch on. One, in terms of social capital, we do look at zakat and all of that, but we should also keep in mind that perhaps there's a larger chunk of social capital available in voluntary charities. And those may not necessarily include only Muslims, and the scope that you can reach is far wider. I would like to quote a statement or tradition of the Prophet ﷺ in which he said, وَفِي الْمَالِ صَدَقَةٌ سِوَى الزَّكَاةِ. So that's an important consideration. On the waqf side, I think it's very, very important for us to market it and sort of make it available. A lot of people feel that it's beyond their reach. Maybe because they don't understand the full, but you can structure a waqf such that you remain the beneficiary of it throughout your lifetime. And as soon as you pass away, close your eyes, it goes to that waqf and makes it a perpetual sort of charity for yourself. So just those 2 points.
If there are no other questions, if you can. I think the first question was for you and the second for him.
Many thanks for the questions. Just for the first questioner, our own policy is that we help Muslims within the United Kingdom. They could be citizens, they could be non-citizens. When I talked about my percentage data, it was just to show that there's a rise in UK citizens looking for help. And it's within the larger narrative of a cost of living crisis within the United Kingdom. So when I said we've gone now to 80%, all I was saying was there's a greater proportion of UK citizens in need over these last few years. There is a trend, and that just is illustrative of growing need within our Muslim communities. So it wasn't a policy statement, just to make that clear. We help all Muslims in the United Kingdom. And for the second question, many thanks for the comment, and I think it's very fair. My only intent was to talk about the zakat narrative, but without a doubt, there's more giving, more forms of giving, which lead to a greater form of social cohesion. So I fully respect and appreciate the comment.
Thank you for the comment. I agree with you. The perpetual nature of waqf is what we're trying to promote. Waqf is the sadaqah jariyah. Is that something that carries on after you pass on, something that continues to help people. And we know إذا مات ابن آدم انقطع عمله إلا من ثلاث. And one of them is when the son of Adam dies, your actions stop apart from one of 3 things, and one of them is a sadaqah jariyah, a sadaqah which continues after your passing. Whether you leave a knowledge, whether you leave something which perpetually helps people and benefits them. So I think this is what I would promote, not just actually, and I would go back to the argument that it's not about the Muslim community only. If we wanted to have an impact on society, you can set up a waqf, and I will just give one example, Dr. Habib, of a waqf, an amazing waqf, which I read about over 1,000 years ago in this book, Ajaib al-Sadaqat. This waqf over 1,000 years ago was by a Muslim woman in Syria who felt bad that animals that had been used in labor, when they reached old age, were neglected. And she set up a waqf over 1,000 years ago so that these animals would be looked after and would live the remaining years of their life properly looked after. This is over 1,000 years ago, where there is no way that you would say there was any equivalent to that in any other civilization on earth at that stage. And this is where the Muslim minds were back then. There are many others, by the way, amazing concepts of waqf, and we can promote these for resolving many of the challenges that face humanity. They're part of the challenges of this ecosystem that we live in at the moment. We have a solution for it.
Okay, I think we're getting signals that we have to finish. It's an interesting topic, and I think if anybody else wants to discuss issues with the panelists, they're welcome to do it after the session. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Professor Habib Ahmed, who has led a session on the Islamic not-for-profit organizations in the UK with our esteemed panel. Thank you very much. I welcome on stage His Excellency Sheikh Yusuf. Please, Professor Ahmed. Dr. Sahil. Mr. Haroon. Thank you very much. Now I would like to welcome on stage Ms. Alia Jafar, the Director International Relations at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. She's also the founder of Mom Professionals, and she will be giving the closing remarks today. Please do come up on stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So I'm wearing a jacket and an overcoat because I come from Karachi, Pakistan, which has the temperature of, I think, 39 degrees or 37 degrees. So even inside, I'm freezing. So please, there's nothing else wrong with me. Okay. So, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, it is an immense honor and privilege to address the esteemed gathering on behalf of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, and that of my own. I would like to share our deepest gratitude for all the distinguished speakers who have traveled from across the world to join us today to share with us invaluable and rich insights. I would also like to thank the amazing audience that made this event a success today with strong engagement and participation. So, as you may know, the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture represents the private sector of the Muslim world. Our members include the national chambers of commerce of the 57 countries of the OIC, and also the Muslim chambers of commerce from the rest of the world. Our aim is to strengthen businesses to become strong partners in the achievement of resilient, equitable, and sustainable world. Amidst the numerous global economic challenges that we have that include ending poverty, unemployment, inequalities, digital divide, climate change, and many, many more that we heard earlier in the day. We believe in the Islamic economy principles. They're mirrored in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030. And with our strategic partnership with the Al Barakah Summit, we're excited to be part of this important program that is designed for sharing groundbreaking ideas and cross-cutting solutions, shaping the future of the Islamic economy industry. We saw a gathering of local and international community in the Islamic finance and economy. And as we end the day one of the second Al Barakah Summit on the Islamic economy in the UK, Reality and Opportunities, I hope you all enjoyed the deep discussions that took place by the industry thought leaders that shed light on what's to come and what's needed going forward. I will humbly attempt to briefly touch upon some of the areas that were discussed. So we started the day with the legal engagement of the Islamic economy within the context of UK, the regulatory perspective, particularly in the areas of fintech, charity, zakat, trusts, and waqf. The recent developments, such as the establishment of the UK Islamic Finance Task Force and the hosting of the Islamic Economic Forum, that are helping with the identified challenges. We discussed the foundations of the Islamic economy, as well as the global expansion of Islamic economics and finance education. We learned about the leading role of the United Kingdom in spreading theoretical as well as practical understanding globally. The popularity of Islamic finance and the need for expanding educational programs in the US and Europe were also highlighted. It was emphasized that the Islamic finance program should be integrated into various areas such as law schools, humanities, social studies programs, and the importance of evolving emerging areas in finance were examined. The third session touched upon the Islamic investment solutions such as sukuk, stocks, and funds for the delivery of sustainable and compliant investment options. We learned that the Islamic decentralization of finance towards financial inclusion and the use of technology to provide Sharia-compliant and ethical solutions. We also discussed the takaful sector and the Islamic insurance markets development in the UK. Moving on, we talked about the Islamic banking, where we explored the ethical and sustainable Islamic banking, advancing ethical and responsible banking, and the progression of digital Islamic banks, fintechs, and financial entrepreneurs operating today. And lastly, we covered the Islamic not-for-profit organizations in the UK, discussing the concepts of Awqaf and Zakat, their challenges from legal and practical sides. So, one of clearly the objectives of the summit is knowledge sharing, and I see that we had a very good day of that. But the other objective is also for all the stakeholders to connect. I hope the day provided all of you with ample networking opportunities with Islamic economy experts, government representatives, policymakers, industry professionals, academics, and so on. And for us, success lies in inspiring all of you to initiate collaborations within and across various disciplines for the advancement of the theme, and further contributing to the development of the Islamic economy. I'm particularly thankful to the Al Baraka Forum and the organizing committee who have worked tirelessly into putting this together. And lastly, as all of you may know, Al Baraka is an annual event to be scheduled, or rather held, every year last weekend of October. So I'm happy to announce the dates for the third Al Baraka Summit, which will be 26th and 27th of October 2024. The title of this session is Global Prospects for Islamic Economics, a path to sustainable, ethical, and innovative global economy. Also, before I end, I would like to share that we have the workshop tomorrow on executive program on effective regulation and supervision of takaful institutions, which will take place at the same hotel, but in the Albemarle suite. And with that, thank you, and look forward to seeing you next year, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much to Ms. Alia Jaffa. That was a brilliant closing ceremony speech. For tomorrow, yeah? Yes. I would like to call Alia to receive her certificate with His Excellency Sheikh Yusuf.
And here am I again calling M for her certificate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of today's session. We will see you tomorrow, inshallah. Do remember, it's not in this ballroom. If you come here, you will probably gate crash somebody's wedding. It is in the Albemarle suite. Thank you very much.